There you go.
And then we're gonna do the.
We're gonna do a mic test, do a mic check. You hear us on there? You hear it? Can you hear that?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's
It is? You can hear it?
It sounds good.
All right, no doubt. Hey, Shalom. We are the Hebrew Israelites. We come out every week to prophesy the downfall of this wicked kingdom called America and Babylon in the scriptures. But first and foremost, we want to give praises to the Most High and His Son in the true Hebrew, the Paleo Lashawan Kodash, Proto-Hebrew, meaning the first Hebrew. We want to say Ka, Halayim, La, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai, Ba'ashem, Ha, Rakah, Kodash, Ma'amah. All right, double honor to the elder apostles of GMS and their elders that taught us this truth. And Shalom to you, Akim and Akwatim and children that believe in sincerity and truth around the four corners of the earth. All right, today we're going to go into the story of the rededication of the temple, you know, during the time of the Maccabees, around 164 BC. All right, and the same, we'll say nothing new under the sun. The same thing we went through during that time, the affliction. What's that? The Lord chose us in the furnace of affliction. Somebody know what that's at? All right, the same affliction that we went through during those times is the same affliction we're going through today. All right, but we got to be, the Lord got to raise up, Yahweh raised up a deliverer to deliver us from our condition of being in hell under Esau. Now the Lord's going to raise up Yahweh Shai in that lion-like spirit, man. You know, to tear these devils to pieces. All right, the same way Judas Maccabees, the so-called Negro, was during 168 BC when he revolted against those Edomites, the Caucasian race, Antiochus Epiphanes. All right, and the rest of the Greeks. Go ahead, brother.
No new thing.
Yeah.
This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 1. I'm gonna start at verse 9. The thing that have been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done.
Right.
And there is no new thing under the sun.
That's right. There's no new thing under the sun, man. All right. And what do you say? We live our lives like a tale that is told. So it's that same story over and over again. You got the good versus evil until there's only good upon the earth. I got the other precept I asked for.
Gone. Furnace of affliction.
Yeah.
All right, it's the book of Isaiah 48 and 10.
Right. Because oh man, I was reading something earlier. What was it though? I was reading something last night, but it was saying basically the reason the Lord, you know, would choose you in this time and then have you die and then what, being the truth in the next life is to keep you into perfection until the perfect day, all the way into the kingdom. All right, so that's why he chooses us in the furnace of affliction while we have faith in him. Go ahead, brother.
Isaiah 48 and 10. Behold, I have refined thee, but not with silver. I have chosen thee in the furnace of affliction.
That's right. So the Lord chose us in the furnace of affliction. What's the affliction? They got the whole system that Esau set up here called America. Their banking system, their jail system, their court system, their employment system, which is falling apart. Their laws, their constitution, their religious system, all of that is set up for our affliction. All right, go ahead. Oh, that was it? All right, so at the same time, now the Lord is rededicating the spiritual temple back to Yahweh. And who's going to do it? Yahweh Shai, the same person who basically was Solomon. All right? Go ahead. It's a precept I want to look at too.
Right, this is 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 9. The Lord knoweth how to deliver the godly out of temptation and to reserve the unjust to the day of judgment to be punished. So that's us being preserved over throughout each generation, and each time we're put here on this earth, he won't put us in a different lot. We're going to be in that same lot every single time we touch on this earth all for the perfection all the way to the end for that perfect day.
Right, man. Just like Judas Maccabees and them. All right.
I got another one.
Yeah, go ahead. Just so we get started. Just kind of roll, you know.
All right.
Yeah, intro.
All right. This is Sirach, chapter 2, verse 1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thy heart aright, and constantly endure, and make not haste in the time of trouble. Cleave unto him, and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end.
Right. Yep. Keep going down to where it says, look in the old ways of old.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that verse 10, all the way to 10.
Yep.
All right. It says, cleave unto him and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end. Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient when thou art changed to a low estate.
Right, and that's what they did during the time of Maccabees. They took it cheerfully when they were changed to a low estate under the Greeks. All right, they took it cheerfully, man, in hopes for today, deliverance. Go ahead, brother.
All right. Verse 4, whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient when thou art changed to a low estate. For gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity.
Right. Keep going.
Believe in him, and he will help thee. Order thy way aright, and trust in him. Ye that fear the Lord, Yahweh Shai, wait for his mercy, and go not aside lest ye fall. Ye that fear the Lord, believe in him, and your reward shall not fail.
Yep, keep going.
Ye that fear the Lord, hope for good and for everlasting joy and mercy.
Right, so if you need the proof, here you go. Verse 10, go ahead. Yeah, verse 10.
Look at the generation of old.
And that's what we're about to do. We're going to look into the generations of old. And the time we're going to look into is the 1st century BCE. All right?
Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him?
There you go, man. All right, so now let's get into that story a little bit. Anybody got any precepts they want to bring up? Go ahead, brother.
This is Romans chapter 15, verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning.
You know what? Yeah,
that we through patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope.
That's right, man. That's right. Through the comfort of the scriptures, we have hope today, man. That's it. That's the only hope that we have. And we read the stories of how the Lord delivered Judas Maccabees, you know, and the Hasmonean dynasty, and raised them up all the way until you had upon the earth. You had a time period called, during the time of John Hyrcanus, you had the time period called the Free State of Israel. So we were in bondage under the Babylonians, the Assyrians, you know. Then we fell. Then the Babylonians fell to the Persians. Then the Persians fell to the Greeks. And then the Lord raised us back up again. And that was all prophesied. Matter of fact, I'm trying not to go into it, man, but let's go there. Daniel 10.
You got precept too while I'm finding it.
Yeah, man, where it say the prince of Persia.
Okay.
And Daniel 10.
Oh, what the angel was talking to?
Yeah, that's going. We're not going too detailed into it though, but go ahead, brother.
Okay.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 6 and verse 16.
Not to,
Thus said the Lord, stand ye in the ways and see, and ask for the old path. Where is the good way, and walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your souls.
No, you good. So that's what we're doing. We're looking into the old paths, man, to find our way to deliverance, the same way Judas Maccabees and them did. All right. So somebody get Ezekiel chapter 2 verse 8. Hey, go ahead, brother. You can bring it out.
This is Daniel's.
Oh, go ahead. Matter of fact, yeah, why not?
This is Daniel's chapter 10, verse 20.
Oh, he already got that. That's what I wanted. Go ahead.
Then said he, knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee, and now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia, and when I am gone forth, lo, the prince of Greece shall come.
Right. So that right there was the Lord was speaking prophetically right there in Daniel chapter 10. All right. He was speaking prophetically about Cyrus the Great. All right, Cyrus the Great and the rest of the Persian dynasty. You know, and then he was saying right there that Cyrus, that Yahushua was saying to Daniel that he's the one that's been dealing with Daniel. What? Go up one more verse above that.
Verse 19.
Yep.
It says, and I'm starting verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
Then there came again and touched me one like the appearance of a man.
Right. This was Yahushua that came to visit Daniel all the way back during that time, man. All right. Well, can you go to verse 1? We're gonna get off this topic though. I just want to get to this point.
This is Daniel chapter 10, verse 1. In the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia.
Right. Cyrus started ruling in 550 BC. All right. So the 3rd year would be like 548, 547. That's when he took Lydia. All right. After he took Lydia, he took Babylon in 540 and 539. All right, go ahead. Well, if you want to say the 1st year of Babylon, when he ruled Babylon, that would be 538. Go ahead, brother.
It says, the king of Persia, a thing was revealed unto Daniel.
So this was revealed to Daniel. All right, who was controlling things? That the Lord raised up Cyrus the Great to free Israel, to bring us back into our land. All right, go back down to the point again.
So go back to
right. I'm trying to skip around that topic because there's a whole nother lesson. But that's what the Lord was showing Daniel, that he was in power, that he ruled from the kingdom of men and give it to whomsoever he will. That's Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6. All right, as well. All right, go ahead, brother.
So back in Daniel chapter 10, I'm gonna start at verse 18 again. It says, then there came again and touched me one like the appearance like of a man.
Right, this is how the angels look. Go ahead, Yahushua.
And he strengthened me and said, O man, greatly beloved, fear not. Peace be unto thee. Be strong, ye be strong, yea, be strong.
Mm-hmm.
And when he had spoken unto me, I was strengthened and said, let my Lord speak, for thou hast strengthened me.
Right, that was Yahushua. Go ahead.
Then said he, knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee?
Right. He's like, yo, you know I'm the one that's been helping you this whole time. Hey, anybody know what that's at in the Old Testament where Yahushua about to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, and he was speaking to Abraham? We talked about that before. Yeah. No, you good. All right.
I know it's that.
All right, yeah. All right, if you get to it, whoever gets to it, man.
God, I'm gonna hold
Yeah, just hold where you at, yeah. Somebody got, all right. Just let me know when y'all got that. It's gonna be a backup for this, because I want to make a point. And I might have to make it again later, but go ahead, brother.
All right, back in Daniel chapter 10, I'm gonna start at verse 19. It says, and said, O man, greatly beloved, fear not. Peace be unto thee, be strong. Yea, be strong. And when he had spoken unto me, I was strengthened and said, let my Lord speak.
Right, go ahead.
For thou hast strengthened me. Then said he, knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee? And now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia. And when I am gone forth, lo, the prince of Greece shall come.
See, that's all prophetic right there. See, a lot of people think that's Xerxes, but that's really talking about Cyrus the Great. Cyrus the Great was the actual prince that was next up, because you had his dad, which was Cambyses the First. All right, he was the ruler, the king over northern Persia. And then you had what's his name, Cyrus the Great. His mother was the actual of the Median Empire. She was a Mede. All right, so she actually married. The mother of the Medes. The mother of the Medes actually married Cambyses the First, because she had a dream that Cyrus the Great was going to be the next ruler. So this is all prophetic. It goes along with Daniel chapter 8. It goes along with Daniel chapter 7. So he was that prince that it's talking about here. It's talking about the dynasties. Because of Cyrus the Great, the Persian dynasty was started. All right, and then after that, after the Lord dealt with all those kings in the Persian bloodline, he's going to raise up the king of Greece, who was who? Alexander. That's all. That goes with Daniel chapter 8. All right, but now he was telling Daniel, like, yo, I'm here talking to you. I left Michael over there to deal with them. You know, I came to deal with you and bring y'all back to bring y'all back to Babylon, 538. You know, bring y'all back, get you out of the lion's den. That was Yahushua saying that was me that got you through that. Right, keep reading a little bit more.
Verse 21. This is the last verse.
Yep.
But I will show thee that which is noted in the scriptures of truth, and there is none that hold with me in these things, but Michael your prince.
Right. So he didn't really, he ain't like he needed Michael. It's just that the same way Esau is resisting us today, that's how they resisting the Lord. That's how Cyrus was about. Cyrus and the Persians, his son Cambyses, they were going to resist reestablishing the temple for Israel. But the Lord raised up Cyrus and called him his anointed. Let's get that. I don't want to get too deep into that, but go ahead.
It's Isaiah chapter 44, verse 28.
Right.
It says, verse 27.
Yeah, somebody got Isaiah 41. I think 9.
I got you. It says, thus saith Osiris, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasure, even saying to Jerusalem, thou shalt be built, and to the temple thy foundation shall be laid.
Right. I think it's more on that up higher, but
up higher.
Yeah. Because the Most High saying he controlled them and made them do that.
All right. This is verse 21. Remember these, O Jacob and Israel, for thou art my servant. I have formed thee. Thou art my servant. O Israel, thou shalt not be forgotten of me. I have blotted out as a thick cloud thy transgressions, and as a cloud thy sins return unto me, for I have redeemed thee.
Right. Somebody got Isaiah 40 and 2.
Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 2. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her that warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned, for she have received of the Lord's hand double for all her sins.
Right. What was that? You said, what you just read?
Well, Isaiah 40 and 2?
No, 40. No, it'd be 41 and 2.
41 and 2. Comes the book of Isaiah, chapter 41 and 2. Who raised up the righteous man from the east, called him to his foot, gave the nations before him, and made him rule over kings.
Right. So was Cyrus righteous? No. The Lord made him have compassion towards Israel. He raised him up and put all the nations under his feet. All right, go back to where you were, Chaanakah. Read that again with Cyrus.
Okay. This is Isaiah 44 and verse 23. It says, sing, O ye heavens, for the Lord hath done it. Shout, ye lower parts of the earth, break forth into singing, ye mountains, O forests, and every tree therein. For the Lord hath redeemed Jacob and glorified himself in Israel. Thus saith the Lord, thy Redeemer, he that formed thee from the womb, I am Yahweh, that maketh all things, that stretch forth the heavens alone, to spread as abroad the earth by myself, that frustrated the tokens of the liars, and maketh diviners mad, that turn wise men backwards, and maketh their knowledge foolish, that conform the world of his servants, and perform the counsel of his messengers, and said to Jerusalem, thou shalt be inhabited, and to the cities of Judah, thou shalt be built. I will raise up the decayed places thereof. Right. That saith to the deep, be dry, and I will dry up the rivers, thy rivers.
Right, there you go. No, that's cool. That's cool. Any more on that?
Yeah, because because I just read 28. But this is leading up into 28, and it makes more sense now.
Go ahead, bro.
It says, because remember, it says, that saith to the deep, be dry, and I will dry it up. That saith of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasures, even saying to Jerusalem, thou shalt be built, and to the temple thy foundation shall be laid.
Right, so the Lord raised him up, and they call him righteous. You know, because he was one of the kings opposite of his son. Cambyses went crazy, started butchering people, man. But Cyrus the Great, he wanted to allow all the other nations to keep their gods and keep, you know, their own religious customs. And that's how the Lord allowed them, put it in Cyrus's heart. He controlled the heart of kings. He put it in Cyrus's heart to rebuild the temple and to write it as the Cyrus steel or Cyrus cylinder.
Because if he didn't, the one that came after them when they tried to stop the building of the temple,
Yep,
wouldn't be able to do it.
that's right.
Because they had to go back to the documents in order to
That's right. Because once Persian law is, once they write it in the law, it's law forever, and that's what the Lord was setting up. All right, a way for us to come back and keep Daniel chapter 9. This is all prophecy spoken of in Daniel.
I got some more.
A little bit more.
Yeah, on verse chapter 45, really going to.
That's what I was going to say. I want to go to chapter 45.
All right, you want to hold it?
Yeah, I just want to get chapter 45 real quick.
I got it.
Yeah.
Out now.
Yeah.
All right. It's Isaiah 45:1. Thus saith the Lord to his anointed. To Cyrus.
So the Lord said this to his anointed. All right, that's why I read that a minute ago, Isaiah 40 or 41, where it said he raised up his righteous. Cyrus wasn't righteous. The Lord had to wrestle with him. That's what it said that in Daniel 10. You can get that again for me? He said he had to wrestle with the king of Persia, the prince of Persia.
This is Daniel chapter 10. I'm gonna start at verse 20.
Right, and this, this happened between 548 and 538. It didn't happen around 480, around the time of Xerxes with Esther. Go ahead, brother.
Then said he, knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee, and now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia.
Right, go ahead.
And when I gone forth, lo, the prince of Greece shall come.
Right, so the Lord saying the next time He's gonna step in and intervene, it's gonna be time during the time of Revelation chapter 6, when the red horse gonna show up. That's why it said what? He went forth and to conquer. That's what Yahushua doing. Conquering and ruling all of these kingdoms. He's showing that he ruled over all of them. Anybody that was ruling on this earth, Yahushua ruled over, Yahushua ruled over all of them and used them as puppets. Somebody got that? Turn to Heart of Kings.
Verse 21. This is Proverbs chapter 21, verse 1.
Then
the king's heart is in the hands of the Lord.
Right, so the king's heart. Go ahead.
As the rivers of water, he turneth it whithersoever he will.
Right, so he was turning the heart of Cyrus, just like he did with Xerxes and Darius, towards the children of Israel. All right, just like he did with the guards that were watching Daniel in the camp. The Lord controlled their heart. He put it in their heart to have love and compassion for Daniel. All right. So now let's get back to the point, because the point is, I want to go to Daniel 10, is because it's talking about the transition. That's prophecy right there. If you understand it correctly, that's talking about the dynasty of the Persians, and then the Lord gonna bring in Daniel chapter 8. He's gonna bring in the Greeks. All right. So you got to understand that in Daniel chapter 8. You know what I mean? So let's get back to where we was at. Yeah, Ezekiel.
Isaiah 45. Want to go back to that, or be off
Look
that?
at Isaiah 45, just that first verse. The first verse.
It's Isaiah 45:1. Thus saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden, to subdue nations before him. And I will loose the loins of kings to open before him the two-leaved gates, and the gates shall not be shut. I will go before thee and make the crooked places straight.
Right. So this is what the Lord did for Cyrus. All right, the Persian kingdom, the Persian Empire. He's going to do the same thing for the Greek Empire. All right. So this is all prophecy. We can get off that topic. All right. So now let's get Daniel chapter 7. Yep.
The transition from Persia.
Now we can go to I'm gonna go there too.
7.
Yeah. Let's go to Daniel 7, right? And let's start from what is it? Yeah, let's start from Daniel 7:1.
All right. This is Daniel 7,
yeah,
verse 1.
We're gonna run through as much as we can.
In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and a vision of his head upon his bed.
Right. This was Belshazzar, which was who? The son of Nebuchadnezzar. All right. He was the last king, last ruler under Nebuchadnezzar to have power seat in the kingdom of Babylon. And this happened around 539 BC. Really, what's his name? The water, brother. What's his name? Belshazzar really started coming into power as a ruler around 550, the same time Cyrus. But go ahead.
It says, in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and a vision of his head upon his bed.
Right, go ahead.
Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters.
Right, anybody know what that's like? Opening the ear for the dream.
This is Job chapter 33. I'm going to start at verse 14. For the Most High speak once, yea, twice, yet man perceive it not. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep fall upon men and slumber upon the bed, then he opened the ears of men and sealed their instruction.
Right, so we're about to read about a statue of Nebuchadnezzar, all the kingdoms that have appeared upon this earth, you know, going all the way back before the 5th and 6th century BCE. All right, 628 BC, would you have the Babylonian Empire. So now, all of those kingdoms, the Lord ruled over all of them. He said he ruleth in the kingdom of men and give it to whomsoever he will. Somebody get that Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6 real quick. Let's start from the top.
Wisdom of Solomon 6.
Yeah, nice and strong. Let's keep that power.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6, verse 1. It says, hear therefore, O ye kings, and understand.
Right, all the kings. That's why we read that. What's that? Can we get that Revelations 6 and 1? So hear therefore, all ye kings, man. Read that again, brother.
Come on, it says, hear therefore, O ye kings,
right.
And understand.
Now, and understand, right? Now we got these kings ruling. So they need to understand this. Okay, the same one that ruled back then. Go ahead, brother.
Learn ye that be judges of the ends of the earth.
Yep.
Give ear, you that rule the people, and glory in the multitude of the nations.
Right, so they rule the people and they glory in the multitude of nations, right? In their power. Go ahead.
It says, for power is given you of the Lord, and
right. So who gave these devils the power? The Lord did. That's why the Lord said Yahweh gave that power to Yahushua. Yahushua has the keys to hell and death now. All right, to put them into hell and to free us into life. Go ahead, brother.
It says, for power is given you of the Lord, and sovereignty for the highest, who shall try your works.
That's right, man. So the Lord used people like Cyrus to show that power, man. It's written in their cylinders and in their steelers about the power of the Lord, Yahweh Bashim Yahushua, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Daniel. All right, interjection? All right, go ahead. Hold your spot, brother. We might have to get back into Isaiah 45, too. I don't know when, though.
Okay, I hold it on that.
Yep. Because it shows why he used Cyrus the Great and why he used Alexander and so on. Yeah, really Cyrus the Great, but yeah.
It's the book of Psalms 75, starting at verse 6.
That's a magnolia tree, too.
For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south, but Yahweh is the judge. He putteth down one and setteth up another.
There you go. You can speak on. Oh, yep.
Fine. That's basically just the point the elder was saying, man. Yahweh Bashim Yahushua, he lifteth up one and put down another, man. It's all in the power of his hands.
That's right, man. That's right. So he said he gonna lift us up in the last day.
And he also called Nebuchadnezzar his servant. Then he told Daniel, I think it was Daniel or Isaiah, to tell everybody to go into Babylon, follow them into Babylon. Jeremiah, Shlaki.
He told Jeremiah, yep. And he said what? He said Esau is his sword. The so-called white man, the Caucasian race, all that they did to us, the Lord raised them up to punish us because we were being wicked. Eating pork, celebrating wicked holidays, right? Worshiping these idols. It sound familiar, right? That's what our people into. They love some shrimp, lobster, right? All the abominable foods. They love the so-called white man, Cesare Borgia, in the churches. They love you kick a rock up the street, you might have to fight a Muslim. That's the truth, right? They're trying to fight you. They be Allah, you kicking Allah. Right? Where we at? Somebody was reading something.
Wisdom of Solomon 6.
Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon 6. Go ahead, brother.
All right, back at Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 3, it says for
Yep, they're just burning off fuel, wasting shit.
Trying to get ready for China. China.
Go ahead, bro.
all right, back at Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 3, it says, for power is given you of the Lord.
Right, so the Lord gave all these nations the power. And the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. All right. Go ahead.
Gone. It says, and sovereignty from the highest, who shall try your works.
Oh, so the Lord gonna try all their works. You know, and that's what we're gonna read about, how the Lord tried Antiochus Epiphanes, tried his works. You know, when he came up against us, and then he wanted to go into Persia, and the Lord stopped him. And he wound up dying on the sick bed because he was ashamed that he couldn't win against Persia. He threw a hissy fit that put him to death. All right, so let's get into it. Let's get off of that. All right, let's get that in Daniel.
Daniel 7.
Yeah, yeah, because what we just read in Daniel chapter 10, it prophesied about Cyrus and then going into the Greek Empire with Alexander. All right, go ahead up.
All right, this is Daniel chapter 7, verse 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and a vision of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matter.
Right, somebody get Job 33 and 14. Hosea 12 and 10. Well, I think we probably already got one of those.
Job
He
33.
read Daniel.
Yeah, you already read that one.
You read that Job 33.
Yep.
Yeah, Hosea 12 and 10.
Job.
Can you see what numbers?
Numbers 12.
Numbers 12 and 6.
12 and 6. Yeah, I got it right here.
Let's read what that is.
All right, I want to bring it up.
Yeah, go ahead, Rakai. You can get it. Rakai. Somebody got the other one?
12 and 6.
Yeah. Hosea, yeah. You got it?
Okay. Hosea 12 and 10. I have also spoken by the prophets, and I have multiplied visions and used similitudes by the mystery of the prophets.
There you go. All right. So the Lord used mysteries and similitudes and visions and dreams to prophesy what? You know, the whole process that was going to happen, his whole plan. Look at that. Go ahead with the next one.
This is the book of Numbers, chapter 12, verse 6.
Right.
And he said, hear now my words, if there be a prophet among you, I the Lord will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream.
Right. So no, you good. That's it. All right. So now we're going to read about that with Daniel. Go ahead, brother.
All right, Daniel chapter 7, verse 1. And it says, in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and a vision of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters.
Right. So now you understand why he wrote the dream. Somebody get that Habakkuk 2?
Yep.
2 and 1.
Habakkuk 2 and 1.
Yeah.
This is Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 1. It says, I will stand upon my watch and set me upon the tower, and I will watch. Shalak, let me read it again. Habakkuk 2 and 1. It says, I will stand upon my watch and set me upon the tower, and will watch to see what he will say unto me. And what I shall.
Right. So right now we're standing upon our watch and we're reading to see what the Lord is saying to who? To us. He said, my voice is unto the men and to the children of Israel. So he's talking to us right now. All right, the Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. And the rest of us that's scattered around the four corners of the earth, looking like the other nations, going through the same hell we go through. But they're actually Israelites just like us. Go ahead.
It says, and I will watch to see what he was saying to me.
Right, you gotta watch so you can see what the Lord is saying to you and what is the Lord showing you right now in these times. All right, go ahead.
And what I shall answer when I am reproved.
Right, and what is our answer supposed to be? Answer supposed to be. And when you're reproved with the scriptures, the word reprove means to blame you. And you got to come into the light so the Lord can what? Could blame you, man, and cleanse you with the scriptures, man. The scriptures is what makes you right. Go ahead.
And the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon the tables.
Right. And somebody get that in Ezekiel 1 and 8.
This is Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 8.
Right. So these are the tables, the books that the word was written on. Go ahead, brother.
It says, and they had the hands of a man.
No, Ezekiel 2 and 8.
This is it.
This is Ezekiel chapter 2, verse 8. But thou, son of man, hear what I say unto thee. Be not thou rebellious like that rebellious house.
Right, so we're not supposed to be like 2/3 of our people that are rebellious towards the Lord, that don't want to hear his word, that don't want to repent. We're not supposed to be like them. That's called being what? Holy or separated. Go ahead.
It says, be thou son of man, but thou son of man, hear what I say unto thee. Be not thou rebellious like that rebellious house. Open thy mouth and eat that I give thee.
Right, so you're supposed to open your mind and devour this word. So that's why Revelations 1 and 3 said, blessed is he that readeth.
I got it.
All right, go ahead, brother.
This is Revelations chapter 1, verse 3.
What they call people bookworms. You're supposed to eat the book. Go ahead.
Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein.
Right. That's right. Go ahead.
For the time is at hand.
Right. That's right, man. Because if you're able to hear this word in this age and you receive this, then you're blessed. Other than that, you're cursed. All right. Go ahead, brother.
Jeremiah 51 and 12.
Yeah.
Set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon. Make the watch strong. Set up the watchmen. Prepare the ambushes. For the Lord, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, have both devised and done that which he have spake against the inhabitants of Babylon.
There you go, man. And the same way the Lord brought all them nations against Antiochus Epiphanes, and he brought Judas Maccabees against their ass. The same way the Lord is raising up all these nations against Esau, especially against America today, Babylon. All right, he's going to do the same type of deliverance. All right, the land of unwalled villages. That's what this place is, man. Go ahead, brother.
This is Jeremiah chapter 28, verse 7. Nevertheless, hear thou now this word that I speak in thy ears and in the ears of all the people. The prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries, against great kingdoms, of wars, of evils, and pestilence.
There you go, man. All right, so let's get into some of them prophecies. You hold something?
Yeah.
All right, look at these real quick. I'm gonna get to the lesson. But
It's Isaiah 14 and 9. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming, and stir up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth, and raise up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. And that's going into what the elder was just talking about, how and he's going to raise all these other nations up against the system that's set up today, against Esau. All right, so just like how he establishes kingdoms on earth and he tears it down, like the brother just read. What happened before he tears down the kingdom? He sends prophets out to warn the people of the prophecies to come.
that's right. All right, let's get back to the lesson real quick.
All right.
And we get the other precepts in a minute.
All right, this is Daniel chapter 7, verse 2. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and beheld the four winds of the heaven strove upon the great sea.
Right, the four winds of the heaven, north, east, west, and south. The earth is not flat, it's round. Go ahead. The four hemispheres of the earth. Go ahead.
And four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another.
Right, so four great beasts, meaning what? Kingdoms. All right, different from one another. That's why you have the Assyrian Empire, the Persian Empire, the Babylonian Empire, and the Greek Empire. All of that was set up by the Most High. Part of our judgment. Go ahead, brother.
All right. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings.
Let's get Revelation 17 and 14.
This is Revelations chapter 17, verse 15. And he said unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are people and multitudes and nations and tongues.
Right. So when it says they saw a beast coming up out of the sea, that's those Europeans starting what you would call the European Union and NATO. All these demonic corporations of the Caucasian race, all right, Esau, that they set up to deceive people and to control and to steal the resources of the world. All right, the bamboozle us. All right, that was it on that point. Go ahead, brother.
All right. This is Daniel chapter 7, verse 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings.
Right, so you got to understand right there, it's talking about the Assyrian Empire. All right, and even when you get into Babylon, the Babylonians, with Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar, they were Assyrians as well. They were just up. They were just not of that royal family. All right, so they started their own thing around 627 BC with Nebuchadnezzar. All right, go ahead.
All right, it says, I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth and made to stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it.
Right, so it was made to stand upon his feet as a man. Who is that? It was a lion, but it was made to stand on two legs. It was made to fight on two fronts. If he had to fight the Babylonians and the Medes at the time. All right. So the last king of the Assyrian Empire was Ashurbanipal. All right, Ashurbanipal of the tribe of Asher. Not Asher like Israelites, but you know, Assyrians. All right, and it was called what? The fall of Nineveh. What was this? 612 BC. The fall of Nineveh. All right, the last ruler was Ashurbanipal. So that's when Nebuchadnezzar got the best of him. He started a revolt against him in 627, all the way to 625. All right, and then in 605, he handed it. Nebuchadnezzar handed his kingdom over to his son before he died in 605 BC. That's when you get Nebuchadnezzar that we're reading about next. And then in 605, around 606 to 605, you had the Battle of Carchemish, where the Babylonians went in there and took Daniel and brought him into Babylon and the rest of the leaders of our people.
Right. Daniel 7 and 5. And behold, another beast, a second like to a bear, and it raised up itself on one side, and it had three ribs in the mouth,
right.
Like in the mouth of it, between the teeth of it.
Right. So that's talking about the Persian Empire. There we go again with Cyrus the Great, as we just read. All this was prophecy speaking about that prince that it was talking about in Daniel 10. All right, it's talking about Cyrus the Great, man. And he took over what? He took over Lydia in 547 to 546. And then because basically when Cyrus the Great came into power, when he took the Medial Empire from his stepfather Astyages, all right, he took the Medial Empire and he took Astyages captive. All right, but when he did that, go ahead, read that again. The last part. I want to get back to the point.
All right, it says Daniel 7 and 5.
Right. That was the point. I lost my point. So in 550, that's when he did that. He took the Medial Empire, and then he took Lydia in 547 BC, and then in 540 BC he started focusing on Babylon, because when he took the Medial Empire, he had to fight all the battles that the Medial Empire was fighting. Medial Empire was fighting Lydia and Babylon. You see that? So that's why Cyrus the Great took over Lydia. He took over Babylon, and you know, in the Medes. Go ahead, brother.
All right.
So that's why it was like a bear. It had four legs.
All right. It says, behold, another beast.
Right. He took the Persian Empire, the Medial Empire, the Babylonian Empire. You know. And Lydia.
All right. Behold, another beast, a second like to a bear, and it raised up itself on one side, and it had three ribs in the mouth of it, between the teeth of it, and they said thus unto it, arise, devour much flesh.
Right, because the Medial Empire, they believed because they were going against Cyrus the Great, but they believed that Cyrus had their best interests at heart. So they went with Cyrus to be the next ruler of the Median Empire. All right, and the Persian Empire, right? The ruler of what we call Pars or Persia, and he handed over his throne to Cyrus the Great. So Cyrus ruled in two parts of Persia. I think it was Anshan, and also Parsa, which was like Persia. All right. So they handed the rulership over to Cyrus. They wanted him to rule because he was going to let everybody keep their religion. All right. So they said, what? Arise and devour much flesh, meaning arise and take over. We're going to be with you. Go ahead, brother.
Verse 6.
So this is all the Most High is doing. The Most High set that up. We just read that. He said he made all the nations fall before Cyrus, right? Just so he could free Israel. Let's get back to Isaiah 45. Somebody else can probably get it. Yep. All right,
this is the
where was you at? 45?
Yeah.
Start at 1.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 1. It says, thus saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden.
Right, so the Lord used Cyrus spiritually. He controlled him, man. That's what we're reading about right now. This is all prophecy in Daniel chapter 7. Go ahead, brother.
To subdue nations before him.
See, he subdued the nations. They said what? Arise and devour much flesh. Go ahead.
And I will loose the loins of kings to open before him the two
yeah, come on, yeah.
To leave.
I need that power, man.
Gates,
let's get it.
And the gates shall not be shut. I will go before thee and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass and cut asunder the bars of iron. And I will give thee the treasures of darkness.
Right, he's talking about Cyrus the Great. Go ahead.
And hidden riches of secret places, that thou mayest know that I, the Lord, which called thee by thy name, and the God of Israel.
Right, that's it. Okay, that's right. So that's what he did it for. He did all of that to show that he was the God of Israel and he got the power. All right.
Want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Verse 4. For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel mine elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me.
Ooh, go ahead.
I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no power besides me. I girded thee, though thou hast not known me.
So basically, it's kind of like the Lord saying, don't think you special, Cyrus, because I'm using this. But he said, for my elect's sake, for the children of Israel, sake, I am using you and I'm anointing you, just to prove his purpose.
Now, can we get what is that? Ezekiel 38?
Oh yeah. Gog and Magog.
Yeah, let's get that real quick.
This is Ezekiel 38, it's like 38, verse 1. It says, and the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against God, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshach and Tubal, and prophesy against him.
Right, with the spirit and power of prophecy, we're supposed to prophesy against Russia, against America, against all these nations, man, and say what?
It says, and say, coming to me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against God, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshach and Tubal, prophesy against him, and say, thus saith the Lord, Yahweh Bashem Yahushua, behold, I am against thee,
right,
O
so,
God.
See that? Even though the Lord is raising up Russia to destroy America, with ICBM missiles, the Lord saying he's still against them. And he's going to judge those Russians too. All right? He said, I am against thee, just like he told Cyrus the Great. Just like the Lord said, what? What? The scripture say, deliver me from thy sword, the wicked, which is thy sword. All right, so the Lord raised up Esau, but the Lord is still against Esau. Let's finish with this, with Cyrus Babakusha.
Okay.
Let's go back to Daniel.
Daniel chapter 7, verse 6. After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon it.
Oh, wait. Right. Cause remember in Daniel 10, what we were just reading, he said, yo, he showed up to talk to Daniel. He said, I left Michael there with the kings of Persia so I can come deal with you.
Yeah.
Just like he did with Abraham.
Oh, you want to bring that up?
Yep. During the time when he was about to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah.
It's Genesis chapter 18. I'm starting at verse 24. Peradventure, there be 50 righteous within the city. Salakia. I'm actually go up.
Well, get there too, kind of in case you help me find it. Where you at?
Verse 8, chapter 18. You want me to go to where the three angels came to see?
Yep. Right. When the three angels showed up. Yahweh was one of them.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 1. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Memory.
Right, because that would basically be Yahweh Shai. See, a lot of people think that's Yahweh, but that's Yahweh Shai. All right, go ahead.
And he sat in the tent door and in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him.
Right, 3 monsters, 3 beasts,
3 men,
three angels with wings.
3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door and bowed himself toward the ground.
Right, and this is when Yahweh Shai started talking to Abraham, and Abraham was busy talking his head off, asking all these questions, and Yahweh Shai like, oh, he think he's slick. All right, well, while he's talking to him, the 2 angels then dipped off, and they was ready to, they were already there to go gather lot.
I'm gonna jump to that.
Right, and then by the time Yahweh Shai left Abraham, that's when they say fire was sent down out of nowhere because Yahweh Shai and went to go destroy it. All right, let's read it real quick. Go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna jump to verse 18.
That shows you how the Lord could be dealing with somebody while taking care of his business through another angel, like Michael.
Verse 18 of chapter 18 of Genesis.
Right, go ahead.
Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him that he will command his children and his household after him. They shall keep the way of the Lord to do justice and judgment, and the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of.
Right.
And the Lord said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is to come unto me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom.
There you go. All right. And this was in the midst while he was talking to Abraham.
But Abraham stood yet before the Lord.
Yeah, go ahead. So he still was standing there talking to him while the angels dipped off. Go ahead.
And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure, there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein?
Right. So he's busy talking to him. And that's why Yahweh Shai sent the 2 angels off to go get Lot. He was already ahead of them. All right. So we ain't got to get into that. Y'all can go read that yourself. But it shows you how the Lord will be dealing with somebody. Like he was talking to Daniel, and he said, I left Michael, and I got to go join him after I deal with you. And when I finish, that's when the king of Greece are going to show up, talking about Alexander and Philip. All right. So now let's get, where was we at? Daniel?
Daniel 7:6.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the Greeks.
This is Daniel chapter 7, verse 6. After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given to it.
Right. So now that kingdom, that beast, is talking about the Greek Empire. All right, from Macedon, Pella, Greece. All right, it moved over to the Syrian Empire in 312 BC. So now let's get that. Let's go over to Daniel chapter 8. Because you had Alexander, and it split into what you would call the Diadochi, the four ruling generals: Cassander, Lysimachus, Ptolemy, and Seleucid. My bad, I'm trying to get there with you. Yeah, let's start from there. Why not? Yeah.
Right.
Wait, let me get there too. I can never.
Daniel, chapter 8, verse 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even to me, Daniel, after that which appeared unto me at the first.
Right. So this was around that same time, man. All right, 550 to 538 BC, when Belshazzar first started taking rulership under his dad, Nabonidus. All right, go ahead, brother.
All right. It says,
I think Nabonidus ruled from 553 to 539. And Belshazzar never became ruler. He was known as the stump that was left in power when his dad went crazy and became a lunatic.
yeah,
And his nails grew like an animal. He wasn't an animal. He didn't turn into an eagle. He was like an eagle. He just went. He was called a lunatic. All right. He was pushing. That Nabonidus was pushing the idol, Marduk, and the rest of the Babylonians. They wanted to worship the idol Sin, S-I-N. All right. So he was going on a promotional thing through all the countries. He became a damn lunatic out there, and he left his son in power. That's how Belshazzar got caught up in the mix. All right.
Daniel 8:1. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar,
Right, it'll be like 550 BC. Go ahead, brother.
a vision appeared unto me, even to me, Daniel, after that which appeared unto me at the first.
Right, just like the first vision he had. All right, he kept having visions.
And I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that I was at Shushan in the palace, which is in the province of Elam.
Right, go ahead.
And I saw in a vision.
Right, near it was near the province of the Persians. All right, and that's when you get. That's why around 550 you get Bel and the Dragon, where Cyrus had to deal with Daniel. But Cyrus was a Persian. He had to deal. He was dealing with Daniel. Daniel was like a president of Babylon. All right. Go ahead. Matter of fact, let's get that real quick, because this was around 550. Let's get that Bel and the Dragon, verse 1. Because this will be the second time when Daniel, or the first. Bel and the Dragon represents the first time Daniel was thrown in the lion's den. He was thrown in there twice. Once under Cyrus and once under Darius, the Mede. All right. Go ahead, brother.
This is the book of the Bel, the history of the destruction, the Bel and the Dragon.
Right, because my bad. Because Daniel was basically between Babylon and those Elamites, the Persians. All right. Go ahead, brother.
And King Daniel.
What was that? What happened?
Astyages.
And King Astyages was gathered to his fathers.
Right, so Astyages, he died in 550 BC. That was the king of the Medes, and his son was named what? Darius. That's the Darius that is talking about with Daniel, man. All right, that's the Darius you're talking about. And he was his and Astyages. Can you get that? Somebody get that in Daniel chapter 9 real quick. Gotta go there. Gotta go there, man. Gotta go there real quick. 1 second. Gotta go there, man. Real fast.
9 and what?
Yep, I'm gonna have to do this again later, but still. Daniel chapter 9, verse 1.
This is Daniel chapter 9, verse 1.
Right.
In the first year of Darius, the son of how you say his name?
Ahasuerus.
Ahasuerus.
Right. Go ahead.
Of the seed of the Medes.
Oh, of the seed of who?
Of the seed of the Medes.
So he wasn't a Persian. See the Darius that everybody talking about from 522 BC, that was a Persian. He the one that killed Bardia, the imposter. Right? He was a Persian. He was a grandson of Cyrus. But this Darius is different. This Darius was in 538. Cyrus commissioned him as the ruler over Babylon. And this same Darius was a general.
That's the one.
Under Cyrus. All right. And his dad was named what? Astyages. His dad was called what? Ahasuerus. You see that? So Ahasuerus was just a title. It was a title. It just means leader.
King of all kings.
A king of all kings, or it means like leader or a lion, you know, like a leader.
Is it similar to Caesar or president?
Caesar, president, you know, so that's all it was. So Xerxes, as Ahasuerus would have been later, around 480 to 465 BC. That's how long he ruled. So that's later. That's like 100 years later. Two different Ahasuerus. That's very important. All right, let's get where we was at. Who was reading?
Daniel.
No, I need that Daniel 9:1 again.
All right. This is Daniel chapter 9. It says, verse 1. In the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, of the seed of the Medes.
So he was a Mede. Keep going.
Which was made king over the reign of the Chaldees.
So he was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans, over Babylon. All right, he did that when? 538 BC. And that's when Daniel stood to commission him. See that? Daniel was the president, and he had to stand up to commission him like they do the presidents today with the inauguration. All right, so Daniel was like, yo, I'm the one that inaugurated this dude. All right, go ahead, brother.
And this back in Bel and the Dragon, 1-1. And King Astyages was gathered to his fathers, and Cyrus of Persia received his kingdom. And Daniel,
what?
And Cyrus of Persia received his kingdom.
There you go. So Cyrus received his kingdom. What kingdom was that? The kingdom of the Medes. All right, he received that in 553 to 550 BC. All right, and that's how you know who it's talking about. But then you had Daniel that was dealing with Cyrus.
Verse 2.
Go ahead, brother.
And it's verse 2. And Daniel conversed with the king and was honored above all his friends. Now the Babylonians had an idol called Day 12, great measures of fine flour, and 40 sheep and 60 vessels of wine.
All right, that's it on that. All right, so if you want to read about that story, go into Bel and the Dragon, and that tells you about the first time Daniel was thrown in the lion's den. He was thrown in there twice. Because one time it says on there, after 7 days, Cyrus came and got him out. But in the book of Daniel, it tells you after 1 day, Darius came and got him out of the lion's den 2 different times. All right. So now, yeah, Daniel 8:1.
This is Daniel chapter 8, verse 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even unto me, Daniel, after that which appeared unto me at the first.
There you go.
And I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that I was at Shushan in the palace, which is in the province of Elam.
Right, so he had a palace. They had him living in a palace, man. All right, go ahead, brother.
And I saw in a vision, and I was by the river. The lie?
Yeah, you lie.
You lie. Okay. The water. And it says, and then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram which had 2 horns. And the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other. And the higher came up last.
Right, so that's talking about what? We just read it. He received his kingdom, right? So he received the Medial kingdom first. And then he got what? Persia. All right, so the higher came up last. It's called the Medial Persian Empire. And that's who the Lord was going to use to bring in the Greeks. All right, he was going to use not only the Medes, but the Persians. That's who he was focusing on. And the one that coined it, before that, it was called the Persian Empire. And then it was called the Medial Persian Empire under Xerxes. All right?
All right.
Keep that fire, y'all.
Verse 4, and I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward.
Right, he couldn't do this without the power of the Lord allowing him to do it.
All right, and I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beast might stand before him.
See that? All right, so that was all the power and the will. Man, the Lord rules in the kingdom of men, give it to whomsoever he will.
Daniel 4:17.
Bring it up.
This is Exodus chapter 7, starting at verse 2. This is Moses speaking to the Lord. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh that he send the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden the Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt and bring forth mine armies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments.
Didn't Maccabees say the same thing?
Gone. They reference that exact.
Yep. Judas Maccabees referenced that.
Gone.
See, and we referencing it today.
Because it's given, this whole entire realm is just a chessboard for Yahweh Shai to make his moves. And he can use any piece. He used the heart of Pharaoh. He used the heart of Darius, the heart of I can't say his name. All of them. All of them. All of them to make his moves and to show that he exists.
I got one. 117. Go ahead, let you bring it up.
All right, this is the book of Daniel, chapter 4, verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers and a demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and give it to whomsoever he will, and set up over it the basis of men.
Right, man, and we represent the basis of men right now. Deuteronomy 28, where it says it should be the head, not the tail. All right, so we at the bottom, and the Lord's going to raise us up on top. He's rebuilding the temple. I got it. The spiritual temple, man. All right, the Lord is building the third temple, and Yahweh Shai is going to rededicate us and dedicate us to Yahweh, just like Solomon was going to do. Let's start with I'll tell you all of them. You think you got more when I'm down the line with that?
This is Isaiah 42 and 13. Yep. The Lord shall go forth as a mighty man. He shall stir up jealousy like a man of war. He shall cry, yeah, roar. He shall prevail against his enemies. The point I want to get in that scripture is him stirring up jealousy like a man of war, man. You know, the Lord not an author of confusion, but the Lord loved controversy, man. And that's what he's doing amongst the earth, man. He's stirring up and he's putting in the minds, meaning the hearts, putting in the minds of these kings and princes, the rulers of these nations, to ultimately gather up together to come up against him, so he can show his might and his power to put them in subjection, man, and put them under Yahweh Shai's feet.
Go ahead, brother.
This is Deuteronomy chapter 28. I'm gonna start at verse 43. The strangers that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low.
Oh, so see that we came down very low. We became the basis of men. But what the Lord say about the dunghill?
I got it right here.
Go ahead, brother. That was it.
All right. This is 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 7. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust and lift up the beggar from the dunghill, to set him among princes and to make him inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them.
There you go, man. All right. You know, so there was one point in that. He said, what? He lifted up the beggar out of the dunghill. And the beggar represents who? Lazarus. All right. So we're going to be in our heaven, in the righteous kingdom, and Esau, the Caucasian race that built this wicked society on the pillars of America, the foundation. The Lord is going to bring their kingdom low and raise us up. All right. He's rebuilding and raising up, resurrecting the temple of David. Like, what would be called the temple of love or order under Yahweh.
This is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verses 1 and 2. For great are thy judgments and cannot be expressed. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred. For when the unrighteous man thought to oppress the holy nation, they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness, and fettered with the bonds of a long night, lay their exile from the eternal providence. And I got the definition of providence right here in the Zondervan's. The universal sovereign reign of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
They're going to be set up in their pits. They're going to be in complete darkness. Matter of fact, should I bring a precept out?
Universe. They ain't got nowhere to run. Yeah.
All right, this is 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 9. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength to his kings and exalt the throne of his anointed.
Ooh, just said that. Just said that. Raise a beggar out of the dunghill and raise them to sit amongst princes, man. All right, let's bring these precepts up. Go ahead, brother.
Come on, this is Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 13.
Y'all can speak on them too if y'all want.
This is, and the Lord Yahweh shall make thee the head and not the tail.
There you go.
And thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath. If that thou hearken unto the commandments of the Lord Yahweh thy power, which I command thee this day.
Right, because the Lord said, without him we can do nothing. So even turning back to him, we can't do that without him. Yeah. Yep. Go ahead, brother.
This is Luke 16 and 23. Well, 22. And it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom.
Yep, you got it.
The rich man also died and was buried. And in hell he lift up his eyes, being in torments, and seeth Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom. Right, and that's the Lord making bringing what's small great, man. The out of the dunghill, man. He's bringing them out of the dust and out of the dunghill, man. And ultimately that represents Lazarus, man.
That's
you
right.
know, the poor man, all right, which represents the hopeful elect, all right, who's seeking the new heaven and the new earth.
That's right.
All right, but as far as the rich man, all right, which is Esau, Edom, all right, the enemy, all right, it's torments for him, man. You know, it's hell, a hell condition.
Yep, the proof of that is Antiochus Epiphanes. All right, in which we're in the spirit of celebration for the next 8 days, really for the continuous, man. All right, because you know you're supposed to celebrate the word Chaanakah, which would be what? The word dedication. Not that fake dedication with this fake menorah up here with 9 candlesticks. The Lord said we're supposed to have 7 candlesticks, which represent the 7 churches of Asia Minor and the 7 angels that stand before his throne. All right. So now let's keep going, brother. Any points you got?
All right, this is John chapter 6, verse 44. No man can come to me except the Father which had sent me draw him, and I will raise him up at the last day.
Right, that's talking about all the Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man. That's right. Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans. Their biblical tribe, their name is what? The Gadites. We got one that's teaching with us right here. All right, the tribe of Gad. The northern troops came and took them down and took their land, but the Lord said the tribe of Gad is going to overcome in the end. You got to look up people like Geronimo. These are important people. All right, now let's keep going.
The book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 4. And I saw the ram pushing westward, northward, and southward, so that no beast might stand before him, neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand, but he did according to his will and became great.
Right, so he didn't do according to his will. He did according to the Most High's will. We just read that. We can continue to read it if we want in Isaiah 45, because it got more on that of how the Lord controlled Cyrus the Great. All right, go ahead.
And it said, verse 5, and I saw and I was considering, behold, a he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth and touched not the ground.
Right, it's talking about the Greeks. All right, Philip the Macedonian. Go ahead, brother.
And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had 2 horns.
Right, that notable horn would be who? Alexander. Go ahead. And he came to the ram that had 2 horns. It's letting you know the time period. It wasn't going to be just the Persian Empire during the time of Cyrus. It was going to be later, during the time of Darius III, around 334 to 330 BC, when Alexander besieged the Persian Empire. All right, he took them down. Darius III was known as the Persian that lost the kingdom. All right, that's how you can find them. So that's what this is talking about. It's all prophecy, man. Go ahead, brother.
Verse 6, And he came to the ram that had 2 horns.
Right, the ram that had 2 horns, the Medo-Persian Empire, and that notable horn was who? Alexander, the Crete. Go ahead.
Which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was not moved with. And he was moved with, what is that?
Kohler.
No,
Yeah,
with Kohler against him.
Right, when it's like hatred or anger. Go ahead.
And smote the ram and break his 2 horns, and there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground.
Wait, a little confusion. All right, go ahead, brother. Nice and clear.
All right. I said, and I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with Kohler against him, and smote the ram and break his 2 horns, and there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast down to the ground and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hands.
Right, so this is talking about the Alexander the Crete going against the Persians, Medo-Persian Empire, right? So that's what we're going into, working our way towards Antiochus Epiphanes, all right, in the rededication of the temple. Because remember, the temple fell in 586 BC during the time of Babylon, as we were reading about with Nebuchadnezzar. But then you had the temple rebuilt, you know, during the time of Cyrus the Great, the Persians. And then you had it defecated by these Edomites, people like Antiochus Epiphanes and Alexander, no? All right, they know who it is. So where we at now? Somebody got precept?
I got precept.
Let's bring it up.
This is Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1.
Oh, no, let's not go there yet. I'm going to get through this real quick. We're going to eat this whole chapter first. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
It's Proverbs 21 and 1. Just more on the point on how the Lord controls these rulers and kings and princes. It's Proverbs 21 and 1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord as the rivers of water. He turneth it whithersoever he will. Every way of a man is right in his own eyes, but the Lord pondereth the hearts. You know? Right, so hey, it's not man's own will.
And they will.
You know, it's all predestined by Yahweh, by Shem Yahweh Shai. Right. That's Proverbs 20 and 24 states. Man's goings of the Lord. Man. You know, how could a man understand his own way?
What? Hey, brother.
Revelation chapter 19, verse 10. And I fell at his feet to worship him, and he said unto me, see thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren, what, Slakia, that have the testimony of Yahweh Shai. Worship Yahweh, for the testimony of Yahweh Shai is the spirit of prophecy. So the testimony of Yahweh Shai is the spirit of prophecy. The spirit of prophecy is the spirit of the Lord. And that's a beautiful thing that he gives us bits and pieces of what he's planning for us to prepare.
Hey, that's also the celestial beings of the angels, man. And how we not to bow down to them. Even shows the order of the Lord, man. How the Lord even controls the angels, man, and what they do. You know,
right? Damn police. All the police, and they got a prayer. They got a prayer to the angel Michael. That's wicked, man. Go ahead, brother. Let's get back to the point.
And the spirit of prophecy makes you a prophet and friend to the Most High, right? Because what did he say on, was it John 14? He said, henceforth I no longer call you servants, but friends. Because the friend lets you, because I was made aware to you, roughly paraphrasing, all the things that are made known to me of my Father, I made known unto you. All right, so the spirit of prophecy are placed on the ones that he's chosen as being his elect.
That's right, man. All right, where was that? Yeah, Daniel 8.
Precept.
Daniel 8.
Yeah, Daniel 8.
Yeah. I want to finish it real quick. Go ahead, get your precept. Just in case.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 6 and verse 2. And I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and he went forth conquering and to conquer. Verse 3. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say,
Right.
"Come and see."
Okay. Yeah, this is Yahushua speaking. All right. Let's talk about Yahushua and how he went forth conquering all these kingdoms, man. The Lord conquered all them, rose them up and made one fall. Rose them up, made them fall. All right, go ahead, brother.
Verse 4.
So who rose up Esau? The Lord did, man. A so-called black man did it.
And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given unto him that sat thereon
So
to take peace from the earth.
What did it say? And what was given to him?
Power. And
So-
power was given unto him.
So power was given unto him, man. What's that? Job 9:24. So power was given unto this rough goat.
This is Job chapter 9, verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?
There you go, man. If not, where and who are they, man? You know, the Renaissance period. Yeah. You know, the Arabs didn't do this. The Elamites didn't do it. You look at Cyrus. They say Alexander, he went up to the gravesite of Cyrus. He burned Persepolis. But then when he got to the gravesite of Cyrus, he read the Cyrus inscription inside. And Cyrus was like a humble spirit because of the Lord. And Cyrus wrote the inscription. He said, I am a rich man, a king, and I have all these provinces and all these kingdoms. He said, all I ask is just give me this one little tombstone. And don't bother it. Leave my treasures here. And Alexander respected that. And he said, yo, I'm going to set guards up outside of Cyrus's grave. He actually went up beside the gravesite and looked at the treasure. He could have took it, but he didn't. You know what I mean? So they honored, heathens honor heathens. But they disrespect us. Like they came up in our shit and burned it down, put pigs up and stuff. Raise it.
To the foundation.
Goddamn devils. All right, so let's get this. Let's read a little bit more on that Daniel 8. Oh no, go ahead, brother.
Revelation chapter 6 and verse 4. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given unto him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth.
There you go. That's Alexander. He was able to take peace from the earth. Go ahead.
And that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him a great sword.
There you go, man. All right, so through him, the Lord brought down the Persian Empire, and they were given unto him a great sword, so Esau could start living out their blessing. All right, what was their blessing?
Genesis.
Yeah, Baba Koshar, the sword. Genesis 27.
Chapter 27, verse 38.
Yep.
And Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, oh my father. That's him carefully seeking it with tears, repentance.
Right. Be seeking that power seat. Yep.
Good. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept.
Right.
And Isaac, his father, answered and said unto him.
And by the way, Isaac was a so-called black man. All right, go ahead. And Esau came from us, not the other way around. How you doing?
The physical history, the relics of today, of how two Jakes can have a pale baby, man.
Yeah, man. Yep, they call it leprosy. They call it clean leprosy.
But Esau can't have it the other way around, you know.
You have two Edomites and a dark baby come out. That woman got some explaining to do. That's it. It ain't gonna happen.
It ain't gonna happen.
All right. Genesis 27 and 39. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass when thou shalt have the dominion that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
All right, go ahead. That's it on that. Let's get back to the point.
All right, this is Daniel chapter 8, verse 8. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones.
Right, so what is that talking about? That was when Alexander died. All right, and then who came up in his place? I think he died around 323 BC. All right, and then his son was supposed to rule, but that's when who Who killed him? I think it was Cassandra. Cassandra had him killed. All right, you got to read that story, man, like a damn soap opera. He had the mom killed and his son killed. Alexander's son killed, and then that's when they had to raise up what you call the Theodosi, the successor families that moved that pagan rulership from Greece, Macedonia. They moved it over to Syria, and that's why today you have a place called Antioch in Syria after Antiochus. All right, so this was the transition of their pagan empire over to Syria, and that's when they started beefing. It was beef between Syria, the Syrian Empire, Edomites, and the Greek Empire, Edomites, and then you had the Romans creeping up in there, which was like the dominant force, the judge between both of them. All right. So now let's get that in First Maccabees now.
Verse 1.
Verse 1.
It's First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 1.
I think that might be it. Right? Yeah, I think that's it.
Straight to the point. Let's start at verse 1.
Let's start at 1. We're gonna take a stroll.
It's 1 and 1. And it's First Maccabees 1 and 1. And it happened after that, Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Shittim.
Right, he's talking about the Greeks, the Edomites, the Caucasian race. All right, that's the Edomites, the devil that the Bible speaks of. You gotta know that. Yep. That's the choice you made. That's the choice you made, and the bed in which you laid.
And this was when they was going by the social construct of Greeks.
Right, man.
Now they go by the social construct of the color.
That's right, brother. That's right, man. You're right, brother.
God.
Yep. Now they go by race and all that color scheme stuff.
But it's back in First Maccabees 1 and 1, and it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Shittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece.
Right. So he established the Greek Empire. All right. Pella Greece.
And made many wars and won many strongholds.
Right. I think he started ruling in 336 BC.
And slew the kings of the earth and went through to the ends of the earth.
Right. That's what we just read about in Revelation chapter 6. What these devils did, man. They've been doing nothing but robbing, stealing, and killing, and four-wheeling ever since Alexander the Great.
God.
You know what I mean? A bunch of gremlins.
And that's what they taught us in grade school. They taught us in history, according to that circular history about Alexander, they called him the Great.
Right, man.
You know, Alexander the Great, you know?
Yeah, Alexander was great in wickedness. Yahushua was great. He was a so-called Negro from the tribe of Judah. That's greatness. Paul, the Benjamite, that's greatness.
They went around
King
healing
David.
people.
No, that cut you off. Go ahead.
They went around healing people. Only thing that Alexander did was go around and kill people. But yet they called him great.
Yeah.
Actually, because they were getting persecuted everywhere because his father, Philip the Macedonian, he was trying to push towards, he had fought many wars against the Persians and kept losing. That's why it said the first of the Grecians. That started the whole triumphant of the red horse to take peace away from the earth.
Yep.
So that's why they call him great, because that paved the way for what you see today.
Yeah, yep. He wanted to do better than his dad.
And just to add on, hey, that's one of the sole reasons of why they took the 14 missing books out of the original text, you know, the King James Bible, man. Because it's naming these Edomites by name, man. You know? And you can trace it to the history.
Yeah, and it tells you that Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning that follows. They ain't want us knowing that.
Ding, 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 ding. Message.
And also when Alexander came to Jerusalem, they opened up the books and showed who he was. Oh yeah, you the one from the Grecian. Yeah, we heard about you.
He read that. That's right. You're right. That's right, man. He read Daniel 8. They read Daniel 8 to him about the rough goat.
It's back in Maccabees 1 and 3, and went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up.
All right. Oh, let's get that Habakkuk too. The heart that the spirit that lifted up in him is not right. Yep. Habakkuk too. 2, what?
Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 4. Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith.
There you go, man. So the soul that's lifted up in Esau is lifted up because they was able to rob, steal, and kill people. That's why you see these devils walking around grinning and smiling. Other than that, there'll still be the caves in the Caucasus Mountains. Saying that. But the pride that we see and the valiancy that we see on them is because they've robbed, stole, and killed so many people on this earth, and they believe that nobody sees them or is going to do anything about it. All right, then you got these richer elites. They think they're going to put us back in slavery, but the trick is that they're going into slavery next. How about that one?
And it takes a certain character of an individual, regardless if their ancestors did it or not, to know that things like this happen and still look at you in your face and smile as if you shouldn't be mad. It takes a special individual to be able to do that.
That's hatred right there. That's real hatred.
And get mad at you for being upset about the shit that happened to your ancestors.
Right, man. So let's get into the story now. Yahweh Ratazah. Let's keep going, brother. Yeah.
We get more so to the point.
No, let's go through it.
All right. And it's back in first.
How about from 7?
7. This first Maccabees 1 and 7. So Alexander reigned 12 years and then died, and his servants bare rule every one in his place.
Right. They know about Alexander. Alexander the Creep. He died in 323 BC, and all his servants, people like Perdiccas, they all tried to take rulership. And Philip the Third, I think it was, or the second, Philip the Second. All right, they tried to pass around that rulership, and then ultimately, you had Antipater the Edomite creep up in there, not the Herod Edomite, but there was another Antipater. All right, you had another Antipater, man, and then that's when you had the formation of the Diadochi. All right, the successor families. Go ahead, brother. Let's keep going.
And it's Maccabees 1 and 9. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves, so did their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth.
Oh, so through Esau, evils were multiplied in the earth. Why? Because they put crowns upon themselves. How did they get the crowns? They had to take over certain areas. They took over Egypt. They took over Babylon with the Seleucids. Ptolemy with Egypt. You know what I mean? In Syria. All right, so they took over these lands and they put crowns upon themselves, just like over here with the Edomites that founded America. Those are Edomites. And they're going into hardcore bondage under Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. That's like hell for them. That's right. Look, he's like, what the hell? That's walk past. There you go. There you go. We'll keep going, brother.
First, this Maccabees 1 and 10. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes.
Right. That was a wicked, that came out of them, a wicked root. What made him more wicked than all the other ones? All the other Seleucids. What made him more wicked is that he took away the rights of the people. He actually took away what Cyrus did. Cyrus gave rights to the people. And this devil, he showed up and took all the rights and religious customs away from us. That was different than all the other Seleucids, man. Go ahead, brother. Interjection. I got a precept. All right, and somebody get Daniel 11. Go ahead, brother.
All right, this is the book of Proverbs, chapter 19. Chapter 29, verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
Right, evils multiply in the earth, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn.
There you go. Those are evils. So the wicked are bearing rule right now. And they've been bearing rule ever since. You know, they got taken down for 1,000 years, but they came back to rear up their ugly head and took over the world, called the Renaissance of the Edomite nation. Go ahead. All right, somebody else had a precept?
I got a precept.
Let's bring these out real quick.
Antiochus. This is Daniel chapter 8. I'm gonna start at verse 23. It says, in the latter time of their kingdom,
the breakdown. Yeah, the breakdown of it.
When the transgressions are come to the full, A king of fierce countenance and understand dark sentences shall stand up, and his power should be mighty, but not by his own power.
There you go.
And he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people.
That's beautiful, man. Yep, because what did Antiochus do? He took on witchcraft. His dad never wasn't into that. And he the one that really brought that paganism into their empire. He was actually like a witch, man. And he studied our books and thought to paint the likeness of their images. Go ahead, brother. Any more? Go ahead.
And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Right. What's those policies? Eat pork. Mandates. Go ahead.
Not being circumcised.
Not being circumcised. You know, not keeping our customs.
And shall cause crafty to prosper in his hands.
Right. He calls it craft. They say the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field. And that subtle means what? Crafty.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hands.
There you go, man. So he tried to stand up against the Lord. All right. He even tried to stand up against Judas Maccabees and them. But what happened? They said he was broken without hands. Why? We're gonna read about that. How did he die? He died sick. The same. It's crazy because he tried to feed our people pork, which would damage their stomach. And he wound up eating all that damn pork. Look what happened to him. He died from stomach disease.
He was so sick that the rotten of inside of his body started coming on the outside of his body.
Oh, and did his army leave him?
Yeah, the army left him. They was like, yo, he was stinking. He was cussing everybody out. He died in a bad situation.
He was like, yeah, you know, Israelites.
So the Lord, but what did the Lord say about these Edomites today? They're going to be broken without hands. He said he's going to destroy them with the spirit of his mouth and the brightness of his coming. All right. Precept, look at these real quick. I don't want to get too far from the topic.
This is 2 Maccabees chapter 6, verse 1.
Right.
Not long after this, the king sent an old man of Athens to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their father.
We're going to get into that.
Okay.
That's in Maccabees, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get to it.
All right.
Yeah. We're going to get to it. Somebody get Isaiah 11? I mean, Daniel 11?
I got it.
Let's start from 1.
All right. This is Daniel chapter 11, verse 1.
Right.
Also, I in the first year of Darius the Mede.
Slow down a little bit. Go ahead.
Also, I in the first year of Darius the Mede, even I stood to confirm and to strengthen him.
Right. I need a stronger reader. Just for this.
Yes, Daniel.
Yep.
11:1.
Yep. This is a stronger reader just for this.
Also, I in the first year of Darius the Mede, even I stood to confirm and to strengthen him.
Right. So it's still focusing on Darius the Mede. All right. So not the Persian. All right. Hey, Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans are the Israelites of the Bible.
¿Ustedes hablan español ustedes? Sí. Aquí nosotros estamos profetizando la palabra de Dios y del Hijo, que realmente ese no es un verdadero nombre. Pero entonces aquí ustedes representan a las 12 tribus de Israel, a Isaacar, que son los llamados mexicanos. ¿Dónde son? Sí. Bueno, pero también los llamados latinos también. Okay, muchas bendiciones. Esta es la palabra del Evangelio.
Muchas gracias.
Y el nombre de Dios y del Hijo es Yahweh Shai. En hebreo, Pelio hebreo.
That's right, brother. Bless, man. Yeah. All right, that's right, man. See, the Spanish army tried to use the Mexicans to fight against us in the Mexican wars. That's when you have people like John Horse and all them. You know, and that's how you have the stallions running around. What you call the Mustangs? They brought them over here on ships, and then during that war, the Mexicans and the Gadites, they were fighting against each other, and they didn't want to take those horses in, you know, so they let them run free. And that's why you have the wild Mustangs out there in Utah and stuff. I actually saw those Mustangs myself in the Salt Mountains driving. And nothing like it, man. You get a taste of freedom seeing them run free like that.
Are they big?
They real huge, man. Yeah, you see the muscle and the shine on them. You know what I mean? The black Mustangs and all that. I just seen it.
Hard
Like,
to tame too.
it was all running through the mountains. Yep. All right, where was that?
Daniel chapter 11, starting back from 1. Also I, in the first year of Darius, the Mede, even I, stood to confirm and to strengthen him.
Right, so in the first year of Darius, this was what? In 538. This when he became governor or ruler of Babylon, right, after the orders of Cyrus.
You going?
Yep.
Verse 2. And now will I show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand up yet 3 kings.
No, I want to make this clear, man, because that point, that's not talking about Darius the Persian in 522. This is talking about Darius the Mede in 539. All right, 538, 539. And Daniel was set up to commission him, meaning what we said it a minute ago. Inaugurate him. All right, go ahead.
Daniel 11 and 2. And now will I show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand up yet 3 kings in Persia, and the 4 shall be far richer than they all.
Right, you had 4, you know. Really, you should start from you had Cyrus, you had Cambyses, and you had Bardia, and then you had Darius, but you really should start from Cambyses. All right. After Cyrus, there are going to be 4 kings. Who was that? Cambyses. You couldn't count Bardia, right? You know, Bardia, you would count him out because Bardia was the brother of Cambyses. Let me explain that a little clearer. You had Cyrus the Great. You had his son Cambyses. You had Cambyses' little brother, Bardia. Cambyses was supposed to have killed Bardia, or somebody else killed Bardia, and then an imposter got up in there named Smyrna. That guy named Smyrna, he tried to stop us from building the temple. That's when they stopped the production of the temple in Haggai, around 525 BC. And then in 522, you had Darius the Persian. He got in power and he killed this imposter because he wasn't a king. All right, he wasn't a Persian, so they killed him. And he became in power. That's when Darius the Persian got in power, and then you had Xerxes. All right, later on. So those would be your 4 kings. You would really start from Cyrus, Cambyses, Darius, and then Xerxes. All right, go ahead, brother.
And by his strength,
so that's how you would count them. You would have to exclude Bardia because he never really became king.
And by his strength, through his riches, he shall stir up all against the realm of Grecia.
Right. So this is talking about who? Xerxes. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And the mighty king shall stand up that shall rule with great dominion and do according to his will.
Right. So yeah, this talking about Xerxes. Go ahead, brother.
Verse 4. And when he shall stand up, his kingdom shall be broken and shall be divided toward the 4 winds.
Right. So now, verse 3. Go back to verse 3.
Done.
That's talking about the Persians, Xerxes, and this goes perfect with Daniel chapter 10, where it says he was going to raise up the Persian kings, and then he's going to bring in the king of Grecia once again. All right. So right here, this is a prophecy talking about Xerxes from Cyrus, and then going into Alexander once again. All right, brother.
It's Daniel 11 and 3. And the mighty king shall stand up that shall rule with great dominion and go according to his will.
Right. This is talking about Alexander.
Verse 4. And when he
that's talking about Xerxes. Go ahead, brother. Come on.
Verse 4. And when he shall stand up, his kingdom shall be broken and shall be divided toward the 4 winds of heaven, and not to his posterity.
Right. This talking about Alexander. All right. It wasn't because after Alexander, you would think his son would rule, but it wasn't to his posterity. It got left to some other people over in Syria, some other Edomites, not in Greece, but over in Syria. All right, go ahead.
Nor according to his dominion, which he ruled.
Right. Right, over in Greece. But they got moved over to Syria.
For his kingdom shall be plucked up, even for others besides those.
That's right. So Alexander's kingdom was plucked up by the Edomite Theodosi, which was who? Cassander, Lysimachus, Ptolemy, and Seleucid. And these were all devils. And through the Seleucid bloodline, you had Antiochus Epiphanes, who ruled in 175 BC. And he was a devil of all devils. All right, the word devil means deceiver. So now let's skip over from verse 18.
This is Daniel 11 and 18. After this shall he turn his face into the isles, and shall take many, but a prince for his own behalf shall cause the reproach offered by him to cease without his own reproach.
Right, and it's talking about Seleucid II. All right, in 225 BC. That's Seleucid II. Now let's read the next verse.
Verse
You
19.
got that first Maccabees? All right, go ahead. We're gonna go to that hostage at Rome part in a second. But go ahead, Abakai. No, we use that. Yeah, don't lose it.
Verse 19, Daniel 11. Then he shall turn his face towards the fort of his own land, but he shall stumble and fall and not be found.
All right, go ahead.
Then shall stand up in his estate a raiser of taxes in the glory of the kingdom, but within few days he shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle.
Right, so that's when you get Seleucid III. All right, Seleucid III, which was basically Antiochus III. All right, the father of Antiochus Epiphanes. So let's get into that real quick. Go ahead, brother. And those was called the Phoenician Wars. All right, you have one war that was called the Battle of Magnesia, that was fought around 190 BC to 188, to when Antiochus III was trying to kill all of us. All right, he wanted to kill the Phoenicians. But then he had to go to the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire like, yo, every time you go to war, you got to pay for that. So he went to so much war and killed so many people, he didn't have enough money to pay. So he owed the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire said, yo, you got to stop killing people. You got to stop going to war because you're starting to owe us too much money. So that's when, after he died, you had his son, Antiochus, go to jail for him. And he became a hostage at Rome to pay off the debt that his dad owed to the Roman Empire. All right, go ahead. Now read that one in Maccabees.
This first Maccabees 1 and 10.
Okay.
And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son, hostage at Rome.
Oh, what? Read that again. Yep.
Son of Antiochus the king.
There you go.
Who had been in hostage at Rome. So like,
yeah, he was the son of Antiochus the king that was a hostage at Rome. Okay. Go ahead.
And he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
That's right. So what's that? You do the math. You have to go from the time of the Theodosi when they were established. That was around 312 BC. So if you calculate that, what do you say?
In the 137th year.
Can somebody get a calculator, please? That's what I said. Yep, calculator. And it'll calculate from 312 and the number. I might ask you one more time. The number.
137th year.
Right. So 137. 312 take away 137.
175.
So when did Antiochus rule? Look it up. Well, he ruled in 175. You can look it up if you want to, but it's accurate. All right. So that's when he ruled. He ruled in 175 BC.
And that's how you ultimately line it up to the relics, the history.
To the relics. You got to. All right. And that lets you know when the Theodosi was created. So let's keep going.
The Bible is a book of prophecy, man, and it's real. It's speak.
That's right, brother. Measuring stick, man. You know, you can measure the times. All right. Let's keep going. Where was that?
Daniel.
Let's go to Daniel still. Yeah.
This is Daniel 11 and 20. Then shall stand up in its estate a raiser of taxes in the glory of the kingdom, but within few days he shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle.
Yeah. Keep going.
And in this estate shall stand up a vile person.
Whoa, a vile person. Who is that? That's Antiochus Epiphanes. See that? We just read that. That's right. We just read that. In First Maccabees, he said, "What again? Read that wicked root."
Because he was describing him. That was describing him as an eagle. Not that he looked like an animal or eagle, but his nature, he was like you were saying, he was killing people.
That's right. He was killing people. Yep. That was stooping down, looking down on people.
Yeah.
All right. Read that again in First Maccabees. Yeah. First Maccabees with the wicked root.
This 1 and 10, and there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome.
Right. So he was that wicked root. Go ahead, Arakah.
Daniel 11 and 21. And in this estate shall stand up a vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peaceably.
And he said what? He said through peace he shall cause what? Daniel 8.
Yep. It's back in Daniel chapter 8, verse 25.
Come on with it, bro.
And through his policy, also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many.
There you go. Go ahead, brother.
Go on. Verse 22.
Yeah, where you was that just now?
Daniel 11 and 21. And in this estate shall stand up a vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but shall come in.
Right, these some vile people. Vile, man. Vile people. Go ahead, brother.
And obtain the kingdom by flatteries.
Right, so he obtained the kingdom by flatteries, man. All right, through craftiness. How did the so-called white man obtain America?
Gone. Flatteries.
Through flatteries. He came over here smiling at the North American Indians, other side. Yep, through flatteries, and look what we got. All right, they came over here smiling. All right, talking to the North American Indians and the Gadites.
The flattering lips and a forked tongue.
That's right, man. Flattering lips and a forked tongue, man, but war is in his heart. Right, let's get these real quick. Yeah, both of y'all.
This is Psalms chapter 55, verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet they were drawn swords. So the words of his mouth was smoother than butter. He came in talking good and sounding good, but in his mind, he was devising a plan to kill, steal, and destroy. You know, his words, they sound soft, they sound harmless, but they are drawing swords. Every time Esau says something, it is for your detriment and not for your benefit.
Right, brother. Go ahead, I'm on. Okay, y'all done with that?
That's just like every single presidential candidate that tries to become president here in America. They always have a really good slogan, or they always have a really good, really good campaign for Obama. It was change, it was hope. We gonna make things different. Say again.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. For Trump, it was make America great again. They were all, hopeful and stuff like that. But once they got in office, it was all downhill. It was all war. It was all poverty for everybody.
Well, actually, Trump lived up to what he said. He was living up to what he was talking about.
Well, that's
He ain't lying about shit. He was talking about.
They never keep their word.
They never keep their word.
They come in smiling. They give you disease blankets.
Test this.
Use you as a guinea pig.
This is Hebrews chapter 12, verse 16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. Now you look up that word profane, right? It says heathenistic, wicked, profane, unlawful, unhallowed, of ungodly men. So ain't nobody more ungodly or more profane or more wicked or heathenistic than Esau. That's why he got to be destroyed. Like these other nations are going to, after 1,000 years of slavery, they're going to get some form of living. But Esau is going to be obliterated off this earth, man, because wickedness has to be rooted out of the whole land.
Got to go.
So this is Proverbs 24 and 2. So lucky 1. It says, be not thou envious against evil men, neither desire to be with them. For their heart study of destruction, and their lips talk of mischief. And I was bringing that out because Esau, he's cunning, he's crafty. He come and he speak those smooth, buttery words to you, make it sound sweet. But in his heart, it's war, it's destruction. All right, it's deceitfulness. All right.
All right, man. Yep, let's keep going now. Let's go to First Maccabees. Let's go to that one. Let's run through that. We're gonna go back to Daniel 11 too. Kind of, blend them together.
It's back in First Maccabees 1. And I started 10 again. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been a hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
Right, so that was 175 BC, and that was after his dad, Antiochus III. Go ahead, brother.
In those days went there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow.
That's what the brother was just reading about. The scriptures told us, envy not the wicked and envy not the oppressor and choose none of his ways. All right, go ahead, let's get it. We can keep rocking. If somebody got that, you can, but I'm not with rock.
Verse 12. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen.
Right, so it was a bunch of our people that became Hellenized. That's where you get the word being Hellenized. All right, they took on Greek customs, and they said, "Yo, we're Greeks." He said, "Yo, we're Greeks, so why not make the rest of them Greeks?" We became Hellenized. Won't you make them Hellenized too, Antiochus? We took the mandate. Won't you make them take it too, Biden? Sound familiar? All right, let's get it, bro.
Verse 12. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward they're here. Salakia.
Yep.
Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen.
That's right.
Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen.
Right. Just like in the Roman Empire, you have your gyms. Over here in America, you go in there, you got some butt naked ass Edomite in there. You know what I'm saying? And they don't care, man, because they got that from the Roman Empire, the Colosseums.
Half naked.
Yeah, ass naked. I used to hate that shit, man. That turned my damn head, man. Butt ass naked, Mr. Smithers.
No, they think that shit's
Montgomery Burns.
like at the gym when I first got to high school and I seen like in the locker room they had showers and shit. And like, who the fuck does that? Take showers in front of everybody. So I actually seen individuals do that. So I actually damn near failed gym because I didn't want to go in and dress up, but I didn't want to look at no naked
right,
dudes
man.
in there, man.
That's right. They call them naked mole rat, right?
Yeah, man.
Was that you? That's you. You ain't said that. Naked mole rat. That's good.
Verse 15.
Yeah, hey, you want to switch off, somebody can take over too. There's a lot.
Verse 15.
Yeah.
And made themselves uncircumcised and forsook the holy covenant and joined themselves to the heathen that were sold to do mischief.
Right, so they forsook the holy covenant, but who was the covenant given to? Psalms 147 and 19. Yep, and also Romans chapter 9. Yep,
This
Romans
is Psalms. This is Psalms 147 and 19.
My man.
He sheweth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel.
His covenant, his statutes and his judgments. Yep. That's right. That represents the covenant. All right. So he showed that to Israel. All right. Go ahead. Romans 9.
This is Romans chapter 9, verse 1. I say the truth to Hamashiach, I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Ghost.
Right. What's
That I
that,
have
Jeremiah
great-
31 and 31?
Oh.
What is that, Jeremiah 31? Where it say new covenant?
I get one of Hebrews in Jeremiah.
Yeah, Hebrews 8 and 8 too.
I grabbed it.
Jeremiah. You got it? All right. I was right.
Done.
Yeah. You got
I
it.
got 31 and 31.
Hey, man. I was working on it a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
God, this is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 31, verse 31. Behold, the day is come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, saith the Lord. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my law in their inward parts and write in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people.
Right, man. So that's part of the new covenant that's going to be given to the Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Africa. All
right. This is Romans 9 and 2. That I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I wish that myself were accursed from Hamashiach, for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the services of Yahweh and the promises.
Right, so the covenants, both of those covenants that the Lord came and died for, Yahweh Shai, that's his true name. Yahweh Shai, so-called black man from the tribe of Judah. They killed him in 37 AD, man. He about to return. All right, for the Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans, you didn't know we had a king out there. Right, they teach us it's a white man, it's a black man. That's all right, bro. That's what's up. Yep. He said facts. There you go. All right. So now where we at?
We was in Maccabees.
Yeah, let's give you a break a little bit.
Precept.
Go ahead, yeah.
And it's the book of Isaiah 52 and 3. For thus saith the Lord, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, ye have sold yourselves for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money. Ooh. For thus saith the Lord, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrian oppressed them without cause. Now, therefore, what have I here, saith the Lord, that my people is taken away for naught? They that rule over them make them to howl, saith the Lord, and my name continually every day is blasphemed. Wow. Therefore, my people shall know my name. Therefore, they shall know in that day that I am he that doth speak. Behold, it is I.
Right, and now the Assyrians today represent Esau. All right, and that place that it's talking about here is right here in Babylon. They cause our people to howl. That goes with Revelations 11, where it said our Lord is crucified. All right, they crucify him afresh, and also they X'd out the Lord here. They, the teachings of the Lord, His name, and the people. All right, so let's get that. Where was that?
We was in verse 15.
All right, let's go over to Daniel. Let's go with Maccabees. It's more simple than Maccabees. Then we're gonna go to, you know what I mean?
And it's First Maccabees 1 and 16. Now, when the kingdom was established before Antiochus, he thought to reign over Egypt.
Right. So once he got everything established for those 5 years, from 175, and then in 170, he like, yo, you know what? I'm gonna try to take Egypt too. All right. He wanted to take Egypt. Okay, he wanted to take Egypt and other parts of Syria and Phoenicia. He wanted to take all those areas. He wanted to take it from Ptolemy the 6th or the 8th. Go ahead, brother.
That he might have the dominion of 2 realms.
Right, so he wanted to rule both of the realms. But he already had the Ptolemies there. All right, Ptolemy the 8th. Go ahead, brother.
Wherefore he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, with chariots and elephants and horsemen and a great navy.
Right, so that's why later on you'll hear about the battles of a battle that had elephants. They call them monsters and beasts. Well, they call the horses beasts, and they call the elephants monsters. All right, because the Greeks, they got that from when they was fighting the Persians. That was the first time. That was the first time Alexander, he wrote about it. That was the first time they saw a damn elephant in battle. And they were scared as shit. They called it a monster. All right, with the tusk and everything. It was just smashing them and crushing them. All right, so now they wound up using it. All right, go ahead, brother.
Wherefore he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, I mean, verse 17,
right,
with chariots and elephants and horsemen and a great navy.
That's right. So he tried to take Egypt, but the Roman Empire was like, yo, what are you doing, man? You starting wars just like your dad again. So you had Syria, Phoenicia, Egypt. They mainly Egypt and Syria. They went up to the Roman Empire and they sat down at the table and they made agreement against Antiochus. All right, and that was called the treaty. I got it written in my book. We'll go. I'm gonna find it.
In verse 17, wherefore he entered into Egypt with a great multitude with chariots, Salakia, verse 18, and made war against Ptolemy, king of Egypt. But Ptolemy was afraid of him and fled, and many were wounded to death. Thus they got the strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils thereof.
Right. Let me get Daniel 11. So he took all the spoils of those places, but he didn't take those lands. See that? So he went in there, but he didn't get what he wanted. He wanted to take the land. But he got a bunch of riches from those places, man. All right. Let me get Daniel 11 as a backup. Go ahead, Dan. Arakas, catch up where you was at.
Daniel 11 and 22, verse 20. 20. Yep. All right. It says, then shall stand up in his estate a raiser of taxes in the glory of the kingdom, but within few days he shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle.
Right. That period. That period where they sat down with the Roman Empire on two fronts and they tried to go against Antiochus. It was Egypt and Syria, and they wanted to they were basically telling on Antiochus, and that was called the period of uncertainty. You can look that up. It's called the period of uncertainty. All right. Anybody know what the hell was going to happen at that time? All right, come on, brother, get that spirit.
Verse 21, and its estate shall stand up a vile person to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peaceably and obtain the kingdom by flatteries. And with the arms of a flood shall they be overflown from before him, and shall be broken, yea, also the prince of the covenant.
Right, so he was moving in that spirit of the flood. Just like today, those Edomites today, they're coming in like a flood. All right, go ahead.
Verse 23, and after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully.
Right, that was called, what was that called, man? Because you had a treaty that was signed called Apamea Treaty, the Apamea Treaty. All right, same treaty that his dad signed in 188. They tried to start a new treaty. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 23 of Daniel 11.
Right, they were trying to bring peace, but wars kept happening.
And after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully, for he shall come up and shall become strong with the small people. He shall enter peaceably, even upon the fattest places of the province, and he shall do that which his fathers have not done.
Right. So what did his fathers not do? They didn't take away the religious customs of the people. See, Antiochus, he did different than his forefathers did. All right. That's when they came into Jerusalem and desecrated the temple, man. The Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans are the Israelites of the Bible. God's true name is Yahweh. His son name is Yahweh. He brought him return. All right, go ahead, brother.
Fine. 1 second, Rebecca. It says, he have not done, nor his fathers, he shall scatter among them that prey and spoil and riches, yea, and he shall forecast his devices against the strongholds, even for a time.
Right, go ahead. That's why he said this device pleased him well. All right, his devices, meaning his imaginations. They're paganism. Go ahead, brother.
Verse 25, and he shall stir up his power and his courage against the king of the south with a great army.
Right, so he stirred up his power against the king of the south, which was Ptolemy. All right, so after 170, he went back in there again in 169. All right, he went there and took all the riches, then he left, and then that's when he came back to Egypt.
It says, and he stirred up his power and his courage against the king of the south with a great army, and the king of the south shall be stirred up to the battle with a very great and mighty army.
There you go. So the Lord set it up to where Antiochus wouldn't win this battle. All right. Go ahead, Doc.
But he shall not stand, but they shall.
Go ahead, brother.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 3, and verse 19. For the victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of an host, but strength coming from heaven. That's like.
That's beautiful, man. You can speak on any points.
Hey, just to back up your point, you know, about it's not the power in the military might, but it's the power on the Lord, man. The power in the Lord. Again, it goes back to the Lord ruleth in the kingdom of men.
Right.
You know, he putting in the hearts of these kings and princes and rulers to do his will.
That's right. That goes with 2nd Ezra chapter 9. I think it is, man. Measure out the time diligently in itself. And when you see part of the signs pass, with I
got it.
Yeah, the water.
But this 2nd Ezra 4:37. By measure hath he measured the times, and by number hath he numbered the times, and he doth not move nor stir them until the said measure be fulfilled.
Right. So that's all about prophecy right there.
All
right. And the Lord spoke it from the beginning. Verse chapter 9 now.
This is 2nd Ezra chapter 9.
That was perfect though. Yeah.
Verse 1.
That was a good setup for this one.
Then, this is 2nd Ezra chapter 9, verse 1. He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself.
Right, so the Lord measured the times and he gave us the tools to measure it as well. The times that he already set up. Go ahead.
And when thou seest part of the signs pass, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
That's right, man. Go ahead.
Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world.
That's right. Go ahead.
Then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spoke of these things from the beginning, from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning.
Right, man. There you go. So what's that? Prophecy. All right, he's spoken from the beginning, and he sent Israelites out to speak the word and to measure the times, man. That's prophecy, man. All right. Go ahead, brother.
This is Job chapter 20, verse 4. Knowest thou not this of old, since man was placed upon the earth, that the triumphing of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite but for a moment. Well, that's basically the Lord has set the bounds that they cannot surpass. All right. So now each kingdom that we're reading about today has their own set measure of time. All right, that they're going to rule. And then what is it? The brother to speak, Esau is the end of the earth, of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it, the follower. So we're going to have our time. So just understanding not to be envious of the heathen and choose none of their ways. Just wait our turn and do the works of the Lord, Yahweh Shai, ushering in the kingdom.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead, brother.
This is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 19 and verse 22. For in all things, O Lord, thou didst magnify thy people and glorify them, neither didst thou lightly regard them, but didst assist them in every time and place. So backing up the brothers, the Lord, all we gotta do is wait our time, because the Lord, he always came through for us every time and place. You see what I'm saying? When you read these accounts.
And like he used Cyrus the Great to help us build the temple, and he's using the prophets, and Yahweh Shai is going to come in. The spirit of Yahweh Shai is what's building the temple right now, man. And once the temple is fully built spiritually, then you'll see you'll see our salvation in New Jerusalem coming down out of heaven, man, or here upon earth.
Go ahead, bring these up.
This is the book of Romans, chapter 12 Verse 19. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath, for it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. And I brought that out to back up the brothers, man. You know, we don't take vengeance in our own hand, man. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua is going to repay back these heathens. You know, he using us as a fisherman, but for fishermen in the first season, and after that, you know what I'm saying, he's going to use us as hunters, man.
Hey, just as he using these kings and princes of these other nations to act out that war that he ultimately is orchestrating, man. You know. This is Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. So everything has its time. Everything's been set up by Yahweh Yahushua to accomplish that which he has pleased it to accomplish in the time that he set it up to accomplish. It will not whatever he has set up, it will not happen before its time. It's going to happen on the time that he set it up to happen.
Go ahead, brother.
It's the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. And it's bringing that out to back up the point that the brother in the car just said. Everything is set for an appointed time, man. It's not going to happen until Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua sees fit. All right, it says, though it tarry, wait for it, man, because it's going to happen. And that's the problem with 2/3 of our people, because they don't see the things, the prophecy of this book right in front of them. They don't believe it. They don't take heed to it, man. And when they do, it's going to be too late.
Right, brother. All right, let's get to the meat of the potatoes. Let's go ahead and get to First Maccabees 1. You know, when he desecrated the temple. Yeah, 1 and what was that, 18? I think he was at.
I'll stop at 20.
20? Let's start from there. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect, man. Yeah.
This First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 25.
Oh no, let's start from 20.
And 20, like. And after that, Antiochus has smitten Egypt and returned again in the 143rd year.
Right, so what's that? The 143rd year. Somebody subtract that.
From 312?
Yep, from 312. 312 subtract 143. And that should get you 169. All right, so this lets you know, like
169.
169. So 169 BC, that's when he came back into Egypt. But on the way to Egypt, that's when they thought Antiochus had died in the war, you know, and then that's when Jake started bugging and rose up and tried to have a revolt against the garrison that Esau had set up amongst our people. All right, that's when you get Jason and them involved. All right, so it was a revolt. But then during that revolt, next thing you know, Antiochus returned. He said, yo, I'm going to go back and slaughter the Israelites. The rest of them, I'm going to make them all Hellenized, and I'm going to damage their temple. I'm going to desecrate their temple, man. All right? So let's keep going, brother.
Con. In this First Maccabees 1 and 20, after that, Antiochus has smitten Egypt. He returned again in the 143rd year and went up against Israel and Jerusalem with a great multitude.
Right, so he decided to take it out on Israel now. He went up against us.
And entered proudly into the sanctuary and took away the golden altar and the candlestick of light and all the vessels thereof.
Right, so what's the candlestick of light? The menorah. All right, what does the word menorah mean? Menorah, it means what? The candles or lights. All right. Hold on. I gotta keep going. Go ahead, bro.
Verse 22, and the table of the shewbread and the pouring vessels and the vials and the censers of gold and the veil and the crowns and the golden ornaments that were before the temple, all which he pulled off. He took also the silver and the gold and the precious vessels. Also he took the hidden treasures which he found.
Right, this was Esau, man.
Con.
You know what they say about the grape gatherers?
Con, won't leave not one leading grape.
They won't leave not one grape. They taking everything, man. And you know, they enlarge their desires as hell and cannot be satisfied. You know, they never satisfied, man. Now they want power. And they still doing that to this day in the same spirit of Antiochus.
Con.
That's why some people think Biden is Antiochus back in the flesh. If you want to call that flesh.
Deteriorating flesh.
Deteriorating. Yeah. All right.
Verse 24.
Yep.
And when he had taken all away, he went into his own land, having made a great massacre.
He made a great massacre.
God.
That's murder. Look at these dudes, man. What do you say? That violence against our brother Jacob?
This is Obadiah, chapter 1, verse
Look at
10.
that, man. A great massacre. Look familiar? Handiwork. Esau. Go on, brother.
For the violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever.
Right, so they're not cut off yet. Shame hasn't covered them yet. They still walking around proud in this place, America. You know, living that American dream for Esau. You got some? Oh, the American nightmare. That's right. Go ahead, brother.
This is Ezekiel chapter 35, verse 3. Because thou hast had a perpetual hatred and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in their time that their calamities had in the time that their iniquity had an end.
That was, yep. And that's talking about now. The time that our iniquity had an end, and they still put more hell on us. Now they want to bring in their new world order. They're stripping the flesh off America, taking it out on Israelites as well. All right.
Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord, I will prepare thee unto blood, and blood shall pursue thee. Since thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue thee.
Woo. They got a long track record of robbing, stealing, and killing. And living their blessing through the sword, man. Esau said he's gonna heal you, he's gonna pull a sword out on you.
Look at Kyle Rittenhouse.
This is Ezekiel chapter 20. This is Ezekiel 28 and 5. Well, verse 4. With thy wisdom and with thine understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches, and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures. By thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches, and thine heart is lifted up because of thy riches. All right. All right, so ultimately that's that pride that the scripture's speaking about, man. And ultimately they have gained riches, as the scriptures say, man. Esau is wiser than Daniel, man. You know, because he knows he knows that the Lord has us in his chastisement, man. And ultimately, he's using the curses against us, man, because he has the dominion as the earth was given into the hands of the wicked, man.
Right.
So he causes us to go off with this whole system, all right, built off of iniquity, which is forces us to transgress our Lord and power, man, our Savior.
Right, and they study different ways. Look at the trap that's being set.
Come on.
See that? That's how Esau played, man. They gonna send me to jail over here. Yep. So let's keep going, man. Let's continue with our business that we're minding our business.
This first Maccabees 1 and 24. And when he had taken all away,
he minding everything.
He went into his own land, having made a great massacre and spoken very proudly. Therefore, there was great mourning in Israel, in every place where they were.
Right, man.
So that the princes and elders mourned, the virgins and young men were made feeble, and the beauty of women was changed.
Right, man. They broke us down, man. You know, they broke us down as a nation.
Still smile to this day.
And still smile, man, to this day, man, in our face.
God, they hold themselves not guilty.
Yeah, they send their little minions over and stuff. Yeah. Go ahead, brother. Yeah.
Verse 27. Every bridegroom took up lamentation, and she that sat in the marriage chamber was in heaviness.
Right, that's why the Lord said that, even in these times. What's that? Rise up, you women that are ease.
God.
You know, because Esau coming in rushing like a flood. They're doing this. They're doing it all over again. The so-called white man, the Caucasian race. They about to bring nothing but murder and bloodshed. What they call depopulation. All right. But the Lord said, what? The women of our nation, they're going to be in great heaviness.
This is Isaiah chapter 32, verse 9.
Right, man. Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans are the Israelites of the Bible. That's right, brother. That's right.
Isaiah chapter 32, verse 9. Rise up, ye women that are at ease. Hear my voice, ye careless daughters. Give ear unto my speech. Keep going. It says, many days and years shall ye be troubled, ye careless women, for the vintage shall fail, the gathering shall not come.
Right, man. So that lets you know what time we in.
God.
The vintage, what's that? All their investments, all these college degrees that they're trying to get. You know, their vintage, their hopes and dreams in this American nightmare is gonna fail. All right. And most of our women of our nation, the Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, they got their head and their ass all caught up in this place. You know what I'm saying? On Instagram, becoming an Instagram model now. That's the new thing. First it was a CNA. Now the CNAs are showing everything you can see and some A's.
Shit, the CNA, after she done with her day job, get her daily bread, she being a whoremonger online.
Yeah.
Selling her body on social media.
That's what mommy doing.
Fan page. Got their OnlyFans and everything.
Yep. Yeah, man. So, hey, the Lord said, rise up these women that are at ease, man. How do you rise up? He said, rise up and put on that beautiful garments. That's how you rise up, man, by turning back to Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Be part of that army that's in the spirit of Ezekiel 37. Standing upon your feet, a great exceeding army, a spiritual army that prays to the Father. All right? Yahweh Shem Yahushua. There's a couple more points in that. And then I want to skip over and somebody else can take over, you know, so you have to read the whole thing.
I'm in verse 28.
Yeah. I want to go down to at least 30. Yeah, go down to at least like 30.
You say go to 30?
Yeah.
This is First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 28. It says, when they of Babylon, it's like, nope, wrong one. Verse 28, it says, the land also was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion. And after 2 years,
right, what did he say? What's that, confusion of face? Somebody get that? Babaka Shah, confusion of face?
I got it. This is Daniel chapter 9, verse 8. It says, I'm gonna start at verse 7. This is Daniel chapter 9, verse 7. O Lord, righteous belong unto thee, for unto us confusion of faces. As at this day, to the men of Judah and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and unto all Israel, there that are near and that are far off, although all the countries, through all the countries, whether thou hast driven them, because of their trespass that they have trespassed against thee.
Right, man. Because of the trespass that our people did to the Lord Yahweh and His Son Yahweh Shai, a confusion has been brought upon our people. And that's not talking about being looking like another nation.
All
right, go ahead, brother.
Because the confusion of face go into shamefulness, shameful.
Yep.
It's First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 29. And after 2 years fully expired, the king sent his chief collector of tribute unto the cities of Judah, who came into Jerusalem with a great multitude, and spake peaceable words unto them, but all was deceit
Oh, everything they spoke was deceit. All right, what they say? Who's coming is lying, deceivableness, with all deceivableness. Yeah, the mystery of iniquity. Oh,
2 Thessalonians chapter 2.
Yeah, you might have to carry it over here and there if it gets too loud.
7. It says, "For the mystery of iniquity doeth already work, only he will let until he be taken out of the way. Then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved."
Dance to that, right? Dance to that. That's how they be in church.
And that's it. Who's working is after the coming of Satan, meaning the adversary. So he opposes himself against everything that is called godly or that is worshipped as God, so that he himself is presented as God, showing himself to be God. That's why in Daniel, it says, "Ye are wiser than you have said that you are God, but I'm gonna show you Ezekiel, you are wiser than Daniel, and you set yourself up as to be a God, but I'm gonna show you that you're a man. Thus saith the Lord." That's what the Lord was telling him.
You got this one right here. Go ahead. 8.
Revelation chapter 12, verse 8. "And prevail not, neither was there
7.
Verse 7. "And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought his angels."
All right, so now you're gonna have all these armies and everybody standing up when these chariots show up, destroying. It's just gonna be like Independence Day, but they ain't gonna win. So Michael is gonna be leading the charge under Yahweh Shai, man. Under Yahweh Shai. So man, come on, man. So Michael's gonna be leading the charge. He's gonna be destroying all these other nations. According to 2 Ezra 13, are gonna try to turn the fight. But it's gonna be a war in heaven, and Michael and his angels shall prevail. Because if you go up in chapter 12, they beat us. They're talking about he made war with the saints and killed the saints. But now this says it's gonna be a war in heaven, and Michael and his angels shall prevail, man.
We're gonna be able to crucify our Lord and Savior and put him in slavery again, man.
He's coming in his Father's glory, his glory, and the glory of the holy angels.
And that's why the scripture says he's not gonna meet thee as a man. All right. And what does Michael mean in the Hebrew, man? Meaning God-like. All right, meaning God-like power.
Yep. And also meet thee as a man. That's not just talking about spiritual power. What that means is he's gonna meet them like a lion would. Like he's not gonna meet them like a human being would. Like
a man to talk.
Yeah, he's not
a lion gonna devour.
Right. So now y'all know that one. He's gonna come up to you and say and talk to you. He ain't talking no more. He's gonna show up and just devour him like a lion would, just hunt him down.
Say, what will I if it already be kindled?
Yep.
Precept. This is Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 7. The lion is come from his thicket, and the destroyer of the Gentile is on his way. He is going forth from his place to make the whole land desolate. Thy city should be laid waste without inhabitants.
There you go.
And that's Yahweh Shai. All right, the one that say, "Thank not that I have come to send peace on earth, but a sword," man. All right, so Yahweh Shai is the one that the world ignorantly called Jesus Christ. All right, the one that's going to come back, a so-called black man that's going to come back and lay this place desolate, man.
Lion-like.
Because that's why he called the Lion of Judah, man.
The Lion of Judah. All right, he said he's not going to meet you as a man. He's going to come like roaring and tearing. All right, and ripping heads off.
God.
You got to look at that. Y'all should watch that movie called Tiger, man. It's a movie called Tiger. It's a good movie. All right, about the Philippines when they were clearing the mountains out of the tigers, all the animals and tigers. And it was this giant tiger that showed up and ripping people apart, man, ripping their heads off on the screen. It was crazy. But it's called Tiger. But let's keep going. This one. Go ahead, brother.
Revelation chapter 12,
is about Esau being a deceiver.
Verse 8. "And prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven."
So they ain't gonna be able to set up no more thrones, build no more cities, or none of that. Go ahead.
God. Verse 9.
That's their rulership. That's right. They're gonna lose it.
And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
So they're gonna be brought low and destroyed, man.
Right. That shows you that Esau, the deceiver, through and through, all the way to the end. They were deceiving back during the time of Antiochus, all the way up until now.
And that's explained in Revelation chapter 20. They were let out of the prison to go and deceive the nation.
That's right, man. That's right. Now let's end it there. Let's go to First Maccabees, where we was at, right? Let's skip over to verse 43.
This is First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 43.
Right. Because Esau going into slavery. 1,000 years of hardcore kicking ass. And no name taking, like they didn't take our name. They just had dead grave sites. We don't know where the slaves was buried at.
Yeah, they literally took our names and gave us their names.
Yeah. Yeah, they were kicking ass and taking.
Literally.
They were taking the names. That's right, man. Hardcore slavery, man. The Lord is a black man out there in the heavens. Ain't that something? The devil has no power. Yep. The spiritual demon Satan on the left-hand side has no power.
At all.
That's right, have a seat. That's right, catch the bench warmers. Go ahead, brother.
This is First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 43. Yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols and profaned the Sabbath.
Right, so they started sacrificing unto idols. They started taking on paganism, and they became Hellenized. All right, those are called the sellouts, just like the ones that want to be American today. The ones that want to get the bag in the mandate.
Celebrate Christmas.
Celebrating the holidays.
Yeah.
You see that? The whole mindset, man. Yeah. Let's keep going. Where we at?
First Maccabees 1:40.
Let's go down to we'll wait for the demon to stop crying.
This is First Maccabees 1, chapter 1, verse 44. So for the king had sent letters by messengers into Jerusalem and the city of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land, and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane.
Hey, hold up, let's get him up there. Let's show how a woman can control the children.
Oh, come on here.
Verse 45, First Maccabees.
That's a horrible job of control, man.
And forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice.
Ben had that baby start crying.
And forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbath. And festival days, and pollute the sanctuary and holy people. Verse 47.
Right. Oh, no. Go down to 53. Huh?
Oh, skip the 53. Come on. All right. First Maccabees chapter 1.
52.
Verse 52. Chapter 1. All right. It says, then many of the people were gathered unto them, to wit, every one that forsake the law, and so they committed evils in the land.
Right, so they started forsaking the law. All right, eating pork. You know, go ahead.
Verse 53, and drove the Israelites into secret places.
Right, so they drove us into secret places. They ran us out of Jerusalem, and we had to start running into other places in different neighborhoods, because they desecrated our temple, and it looked so bad that our people didn't even want to be there. When they saw it, they started crying when Judas Maccabees and them saw it, man. Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
Even whosoever they could fly for succor,
Go ahead. Just like in 70 AD, we were ran out of Jerusalem, and we were scattered in the same way. All right, the temple was destroyed, and now the Lord is rebuilding the tabernacle of David right here in the presence of our enemies. All right, go ahead, brother.
Verse 54.
That's right.
First Maccabees, chapter 1.
Right. The Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans are the Israelites of the Bible. You understand? The Caucasian race, they're the Edomites of the Bible. They're going into slavery. Hey, bro. Trust me. Okay, go ahead.
First Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 54. Now the 15th day of the month, Caslu, and the 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar.
Right, so it happened that in the 9th month, that's what the word Caslu means. The word Caslu is Persian. All right, when we went into Persia, right, when we went into when the Persians were ruling, they reestablished their own calendar, and they came up with names like Caslu and all these Nisan. You see that? So the word Caslu will represent the number 9. All right, it will represent the number 9, going into the 9th month, and we're in that time of the 9th month going into the 10th month, the 10th new moon, and that's around winter. All right, go ahead, bro.
It says, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar and built idol altars throughout the city of Judah.
Right, and what was that? They set up the idols Zeus. All right, they set up the idol Zeus upon the altar, man, and started sacrificing to him. And started sacrificing pigs to him and shit like that, to an idol. On our altar, man.
Verse 55. And burnt incense at the doors of their houses and in the streets. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law.
Whoa, they are what? They rent in pieces. They ripped in pieces our books. Our scrolls, they took them and ripped them in pieces, man. Go ahead.
Gone. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law.
But isn't that amazing that we still got the word today? See that? They try to do away with it. They can't. Word is forever. Let's get it, bro.
Which they found, they burnt
heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word forever. Yeah. If you get it, you can pass it to somebody else get it, you know what I mean?
Damn. First Maccabees 1 to 50.
1 second, bro. My bad. That was my fault. Heaven and earth shall pass away.
Mark 13 and 31.
Yeah, somebody else can get it. Whoever hasn't been reading yet.
Mark 13 and 31.
Got it. This book of Mark 13 and 31. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away.
That means kingdoms upon this earth gonna come and go, but his word is gonna always remain. He is the Ah and the Tha. Yahweh Shai is the word, right? And it said his word gonna be forever. Go ahead, brother.
1 Peter chapter 1, verse 24.
Right, the Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, we're the Israelites of the Bible, God's chosen people. All right, your daughter is a true princess. You're a true princess. Your son is a prince, and we got an inheritance. We about to rule. That's right, buddy. No problem. Go ahead.
For all flesh is as grass, and all the glory of man as the flower of grass. The grass withereth, and the flower thereof falleth away.
That's right. They get old and they perish away.
But the word of the Lord endureth forever.
Right, but his word lasts forever. All right, go ahead.
And this is the word which by the gospel is preached unto you.
Whoa, so his word is still here being preached unto you to this day. That's how powerful his word is, man. We in the end of Esau's rulership and the beginning of ours, man. Let's get that in 2nd Ezra, we're chapter 6. Esau is the end of the world. So even in the end of their rulership, the Roman Empire, the Caucasian race, the Edomites, the end of their rulership, this word is still being preached to you, man. The Lord kept his word.
I got it.
Let's get it.
This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 6. I'm going to start at verse 9.
Entering into holy souls, the wisdom.
For
You know that,
Esau
right? Wisdom entering into
is the
holy
end
souls.
of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follows.
Right, man. You should be hype over this, man. This kingdom. If you're in this truth, this kingdom talk about you, man. And the atrocities that happened to us, Esau did that to us. That's why I'm on fire for this, man. I want the kingdom. I want the Lord to show up. I want him to see my desire for the kingdom. Go ahead, bro. Read that again.
This is 2nd Ezra chapter 6. We start at verse 9.
That's right, man.
But Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginner of it that follows.
Right. So even in the end of the world, which we know is now, you have this word being preached unto you, man. Isn't that power? The Lord said he's the eye and the thigh, so-called black man from the tribe of Judah, whose name is Yahushua. All right, that's the name everybody looking for, Yahushua. That's right. Go ahead, brother. You got something?
Yep. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 27. But being but one, she can do all things, and remaining in herself, she maketh all things new.
Can't make that new. Hey, catch him.
Chase Road. Solomon 7 and 27.
Can't make that new. He done.
And being but one, she can do all things, and remaining in herself, she maketh all things new, and in all ages entering into holy souls, and she maketh them friends of Yahweh and prophets.
There you go, man. So in all ages, in all kingdoms, all ages, entering into holy souls, separated people, the church, entering into them, right? Through all ages, man. That's his word, lasting beyond the ends of time. Right, still being preached to our people. All right, where was that? Go ahead, brother.
It's the book of St. Matthew 24 and verse 14. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet.
Right, 70 AD. Go ahead.
Stand in the holy place.
Titus and Vespasian.
Whoso readeth, let him understand. God.
Oh, that was it on that?
God, that's the point. All right, the kingdom shall be preached. This truth, this gospel, preached to the four corners of the earth, and then the end shall come. All right, just like the elder has stated, just has stated. All right, that we're in the end, and you know that just this truth being casted out throughout the four corners of the earth. This true knowledge and wisdom of Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua being casted out.
That's right, brother.
You know,
that's right, man.
Christianity and all these other wayward religions been out since the time of 325 AD.
Right.
All right, through the Council of Nicaea, through the Roman Empire. All right, and nothing has moved, shook, according to prophecy, man.
Right.
But now you see the prophecies clearly speaking. All right.
That's why he said that. He said he's gonna bring in Cyrus first, and then the next time you see him is gonna be during the time of Alexander. The Lord didn't move or stir anything until those dynasties was in place.
He hid himself.
He hid himself. That's right. That's right, man. Chaanakah?
First Maccabees.
Yep.
Guns First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 56. It says, and when they had rent in pieces the books of the law, which they found, they burnt them with fire.
They burned our books, man. And that's basically witchcraft. All right, that's what Antiochus did, man. He was in the witchcraft. He burned our Bibles, man, our books. Just like Jehoiakim did, his silly ass. He was a Jake from the tribe of Judah that burned the leaflets, the books at the time. All right, go ahead, brother.
Verse 57.
At this time, we didn't really have books. We had scrolls. And they were known as books, and they would keep them in clay vases. And they would stack all those vases up along the wall. And that's how they kept them. That was like a library.
Verse 57 to chapter 1 of First Maccabees. And whosoever was found with any the book of the testament, or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put him to death.
Right. So anybody that wanted to, and that's what it's coming down to, man. Anybody that want to believe in Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua, they're going to threaten to put you to death, just like they did back then. All right. They challenge you in your faith. That's the temptation that we may have to go through, the affliction. All right. And yep. And also Revelation 11, he said what? And cause as many as wouldn't worship the image of the beast, they should be put to death. All right, let's go ahead, brother. Are there precepts down here too?
This first Maccabees 3:20. They come against us in much pride and iniquity to destroy us and our wives and children and to spoil us. But we fight for our lives and our laws, wherefore the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face. And as for you, be ye not afraid of them. God.
Beautiful, man.
This is the book of, I got two of them, but this is the book, they're short. This is the book of Sirach, chapter 41, verse 3. Fear not the sentence.
They short.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 41, verse 3. Fear not the sentence of death. Remember them that have been before thee and that come after, for this is the sentence of the Lord over all flesh. Revelation chapter 2, verse 10. Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days. Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life.
Right, and that really happened in 70 AD. All right, the Lord said this time, he said, what? Touch not my anointed. All right, so that really happened back then, where they cast some of us into prison. All right, so but this time we're hoping that the Lord, when they come and rushing like a flood, we're praying that they lift up a standard against them. All right, go ahead. But that's still good to bring that out, to keep people in that mindset in case, you know what I mean?
All right, this is Revelation 3 and 10. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth.
There you go. And what's that? Somebody get that? Revelation 11.
Which verse?
The image of the beast, and then 7,000 men that have not bowed their knee to the Baal.
13.
All right, this is Revelations chapter.
What's that? Wait, I have kept 7,000 men.
This is Revelation chapter 13. I'm gonna start at verse 15. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast.
What's that? America? These American Edomites. Go ahead.
That the image of the beast shall both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast shall be killed.
That's their whole system, the New World Order. Anybody that's not with it, they're trying to have them killed off. All right? That's called depopulation. But the Lord said what? I need that 7,000. Anybody got that? So I have 7,000 men that have not bowed it. You got it? He got it.
It's Romans 11 and 3.
Right. That's why some going to be threatened to be put to death because they're not going to bow to the system.
Lord, they have killed thy prophets and digged down thine altars.
Oh, who did that? Antiochus Epiphanes. Go ahead.
And I am left alone, and they seek my life.
That's right.
But what saith the answer of Yahweh unto him? I have reserved to myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal.
There you go, man. And that image is not just talking about a statue anymore. It's talking about statutes and laws and policies. All right, that's what they've turned their images into, a whole system of Baal, worshiping Caesar Borgia, the devil, the Caucasian race. That's what they are. They try to get our people to worship them, putting themselves up as the Lord in the movies and stuff like that. All right, trying to get our people to bow to their system through fear. But the Lord said what? He didn't give us a spirit of fear, somebody?
I got one of them.
You got one?
Yeah. The fear of the body. I got it. The souls.
Yeah, you got it?
I got one of them.
Go ahead.
This Matthew 10 and 28. And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul. Right, man. Esau, Edom, who got, the fleshly blessing.
That's right, man.
But rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell.
Right, and what's that? That goes with Revelations 11. Our people were walking around spiritually dead upon their feet, destroyed. Hosea 4 and 6, destroyed as a nation. All right, so he can destroy the body and the soul right here in hell and have them die in that iniquity. And that's worse. All right, go ahead, brother. DeBar.
This is 2 Timothy chapter 1 verse 7. For the Most High Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh Shai, have not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind.
Right, you break it down?
So the Lord didn't give his men, all right, the spirit of fear, man, not the fear of these devils, not the fear what the sayings about people, of us scoffing, not the fear of none of those things, man. All right, the Lord gave us might, he gave us power, man, which is his word, man.
Right,
all right,
man.
Because these words that the Lord had put in our mouth, it devours these people, man. He said these people should be as wood, and my words should be as fire, man.
Right, you got a beating heart and a beard. You got a responsibility, buddy.
And like the scripture says,
you gotta do this work, man.
Like the scripture, like the elder always said, a man that have testicles supposed to be testifying.
There you go.
The testimony of Yahweh Bashim Yahushua, man.
Yeah, you don't have to have a beard. I'm joking. Yeah.
3 T's. Testicles, testify, testimony.
That's right. All right, where we at?
First Maccabees, like 1:56, 57.
All right, let's skip from that, right? First Maccabees 1:57. All right, keep going, brother. Wait, no, let's skip down to chapter 2. We're gonna read chapter 2. Nice and strong. Well, this one could be however, yeah. Yep.
First Maccabees chapter 2.
Yep. 2 and 1. Go ahead.
This is First Maccabees chapter 2, verse 1.
Right, we ain't gonna go too far into this one. Just get the point.
It says, in those days arose Matthias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest of the son. That is.
That's right. Yeah, she's loving it. She loves it.
Jorib.
That stuck with her. Oh, that's so dangerous. right, man, right. Oh, man, killing me right now with that.
Okay, well, he got
the baby on his back, on the bicycle. You can show him next time. You know, show him everything.
Oh, this is First Maccabees chapter 2, verse 1.
Yeah, anything we look at, try to.
It says, in those days arose Matthias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Joarib from Jerusalem, and dwelt in Modin.
Right, man. Basically a hell raiser. He was about to bring hell on Esau. All right, and him and his sons, man, Matthias. You know, his sons, Judas Maccabee, he was blessed with warrior-like men as children. You know, they look like lions.
Verse 2. And he had 5 sons. That is Johanan, called Cadiz, Simon, called Thasi, Judas, who was called Maccabeus.
Right. Why did they call him Maccabee? That word Maccabee means hammer. All right, but he was really Judas the Hasmonean, or Matthias the Hasmonean, because they were called the Hasmonean dynasty after their forefather Hasmon. All right. So his last name was Judas Hasmonean, but they called him Judas Maccabee's hammer.
Nickname, that's what Jake be doing.
Nickname, yep. The hammer.
Verse 5.
Like the Wu-Tang, right? The RZA, the Jizza, the hammer.
You God, expect your day.
Right.
It says Eleazar, called Aran, and Jonathan, whose surname was Apis. And when he saw the blasphemies that were committed in Judah and Jerusalem,
it's on Matthias, yep. Matthias.
He said, woe is me, wherefore was I born to see this misery of my people and the holy city, and dwell there, and to dwell there, and was delivered into the hand of the enemy, and the sanctuary into the hand of strangers.
Right, now let's get to the point. All right, where it say he rose up and he slew them, started killing them. There you go. Where is it at? There you go, verse 21.
Okay. Verse 21, the first Maccabees chapter 2. Is Yahweh forbid that we should.
Oh, 19. Start from 19, Babak Shah.
It says, again, this is First Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 19. It says, then Mattathias answered and spake with a loud voice, though all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey him and fall away every one from the religion of their fathers and give consent to his commandments.
Right. So what's that? The word religion goes to what? Religio. What holds and restrains the people. So what held and restrained us was something we kept religiously, which was keeping the laws and the customs. All right, go ahead. That was our custom, our culture. Yeah. So the Lord said, treat him religiously. All right, go ahead, brother.
This is, yet will I and my sons.
All right, Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. Go ahead, Doc.
This is, yet will I and my sons and my brethren walk in the covenant of our fathers.
Right, so he was saying, him, like Joshua said, he said, as for us and our house, we shall serve Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. And that's what we're saying today. In that same spirit. And that's like the Lord said he knew that about Abraham, that he would lead his house in the laws and the order.
Verse 21, it says, Yahweh forbid that we should forsake the law and the ordinances. Ooh. Verse 22, we will not hearken to the king's word to go from our religion, either on the right hand or the left.
That's right, to the right hand or to the left, man. The Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans are the Israelites of the Bible. All right, we have to tell our people that the Lord's name is Yahweh Shai, the Father's true name is Yahweh. All right, and that our people are the Israelites of the Bible. You know, but right now what we're reading about is the real Hanukkah. You know, up here, how many lights you see up there, brother? I hate to bring you into it, but you know,
it's 9.
Huh?
9.
9. How many are supposed to be?
I don't know.
No, all right, let's go. Let's do fair enough. Fair enough. Let's get Numbers. Chapter 8 and 1. And this is a bold-faced lie right in front of you. Off the gate. So Revelation 2 and 9. Let's get this.
Revelation chapter 2, verse 9.
Right.
I know thy works and tribulation,
right,
and poverty.
The Lord knows our works and our tribulation and our poverty.
And the blasphemy,
grab that one?
And the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
Right. This is our poverty right here. All right.
You want me to go to Revelation 3 now?
Yep, go ahead. So he said he know the blasphemy of them that say they're Jews, and they're really not the Jews. We are.
I don't believe in white Jews. There can't be a white Jew.
That's right, man. Come on with it. No, they can't be.
They can be, you know, after, you know, ancestral, you know, just going down. But I don't believe in the Ashkenazi Jew.
Come on with it, man. Let's go.
Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. Behold, I will make them a synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
Right, so the Lord is about to show the whole world that he still loves us. All right. He put the reason we got into slavery because of the chastisement, like you would do to your child. And Deuteronomy 28, he said if we didn't listen, we were gonna go into slavery under a nation that we never knew. In ships. That happened, slavery. All right, look at that. Numbers 28. Number 8.
8 and 1.
8 and 1.
All right, this is Numbers 8 and 1.
Right, this is when we came out of Egypt. And the Lord gave us the laws, all right, the Deuteronomical laws. That means he gave us the laws twice, the Levitical laws. And he told us to light what's called the menorah. All right, the menorah represents the candles. That's what menorah. It means candles and lights. All right, go ahead. Let me make this point to him real quick too.
It says, and the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron, and say unto him, when thou lightest the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light.
Oh, how many?
The 7 lamps shall give light. 7. The 7 lamps.
It's a 7, right? Yeah, hit that V. How many you see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many it say?
It says 7 lamps.
So we're supposed to have 7 lamps. You see that? That's a bold-faced lie right there. The fake Jews are doing. The Lord said we're supposed to have 7 lamps, which represent the seven churches of Asia Minor. Remember that? When Paul was sent to the 7 churches of Asia Minor, where the Israelites was, it's cool. Oh, you probably will now.
I don't know. I just know about the history, but how you know? I have my own opinion. I believe in the Bible, I believe its message, but there's just certain things within it I don't believe.
Like what?
For instance, the white Jew, and how basically the presentation on TV that Moses let out white Jews instead of tanner people or bronze-colored people.
Right. So that's not from the Bible. That's from them. You see that? So Esau took the words and they lied on the Bible. Even the Vatican, they lied too. They even took books out of the Bible called the Apocryphal.
The church is not supposed to be so rich, but they have all that money.
Like the church today, these people here, they make pastors, right? The church today started in 325 AD. It was called the Council of Nicaea. All right, they even go by it today called the Nicene Creed. That's what all the churches go by. And these devils, they getting rich off the word. And the Lord said we're not supposed to make merchandise of the people. We're supposed to come out here and read it straight to you, give you the truth, and that's it. That's why the scriptures say, blessed is he that readeth, man. You got to read it. You got the right mindset. You like, yo, I don't trust nothing. But now, hopefully, by the time you leave, you have a little bit more like, all right, let me see what's up. Because they lied about it. You know the Lord's image is in here? Did you know that? Huh?
What do you mean? Like skin of bronze, hair of cotton.
Right. They don't
represent the 7 candlesticks. They mentioned the 7 candlesticks too.
Right. They mentioned the 7 candlesticks too. The 7 churches where we would gather that over there in the Roman Empire. All right. I want to move back to our lesson too.
All right.
Yeah, I ain't gonna stay too long on this topic.
Okay. This is Revelations 1:12. And I turned to see the voice that spake with me.
Right, this is the image of the Lord, man. The one they call Jesus. His name is really Yahushua, a so-called black man from the tribe of Judah that they lied to us about, and they killed him in 37 AD. Hung him on the cross. Go ahead, brother.
And I turned to see the voice that spake with me, and being turned, I saw 7 golden candlesticks.
Right, 7 candlesticks. What do they represent? Go ahead, brother.
And in the midst of the 7 candlesticks,
I thought it was 9.
Yeah, that's 9. In the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot.
Right, so you got a garment on like we do. You read the book of Numbers to tell you how to make these garments. All right, and that's what we make these. And this garment, you have the border of blue, which represent the 2 covenants. The covenant between when Moses came off of Mount Sinai, he gave the covenants to who? Israel. So that's what this represents, the covenant. And these fringes, you've seen a lot of Native Americans wearing fringes, in the old times. This represents the laws. It was 613 laws. They only told us that it's 10. 10 commandments. Go ahead, brother. Like you're not supposed to eat pork, not supposed to have sex with a woman on menstrual. Not supposed to be a sodomite. You know what I'm saying? I can't say the word on camera.
It says, in the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with the garment down to the foot, and a girt about the paps with the golden girdle.
Right, yeah, this is how the Lord looks out in the heavens right now. Go ahead.
His head and his hairs were white like wool.
And his hair, what's up, brother? Shalom. His head and his hairs, we read about Yahushua. His head and his hairs were white and woolly. See that? So they lied. They're lying. Who the heck is that? That Mel Gibson hired to play. Remember that? Who the hell is this? Right? Go ahead.
Did for an Italian guy.
Yep, Cesare Borgia.
Yeah. I don't know his name.
That's his name. They were called the Borgia family. And they were called the first crime family, man. Edomites.
Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo.
That's right.
Just rumored to be his boyfriend.
That's his boyfriend. Hey, man, you can't, they worse than Canaanites. They worse than Africans.
His eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass.
So his eyes was like fire, and his feet were the same color as his body, like fine brass. But you take brass and you do what?
As if it were burnt in a furnace. It's like, and his feet were like unto fine brass, as if they had burned in a furnace.
Right, man. Go ahead.
And his voice was the sound of many waters.
That's right. Skip down to the point. Where did that say the mystery of the 7 candlesticks? I think it's Revelation
Verse
20.
13. 1 and 13.
No, Revelation 20, I think it is. Let's say the mystery of the candlesticks.
Select.
Got it? 18?
Revelation chapter 1, verse 20. The mystery of the 7 stars.
There you go, my brother.
Which thou sawest in my right hand, and the 7.
Oh, so this is a mystery. That's a mystery, man. They got to understand that, you know? It's a mystery about the 7 stars, you know? Go ahead.
The mystery of the 7 stars which thou sawest in my right hand, and the 7 golden candlesticks.
And the seven
golden candlesticks.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. 6, right? Go ahead.
The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches.
Right. The 7 stars represent the 7 men that the Lord has set up over these churches. The word churches means called out. All right. So it's like a gathering of different people. Like in what was the churches? Where was it at? No, I'm gonna get it for you. Hold up. Cause you had 7 churches.
One was Philadelphia.
Yeah. Where is that at?
I think it's in chapter 1.
Yeah, it's 1, right?
Verse 11.
Can you get that real quick?
Revelation.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of those.
Verse 11.
Revelation chapter 1, verse.
Yeah, these are churches right here. These are the 7 candlesticks. All right, right here.
Revelation chapter 1, verse 11, saying, I am Alpha, I am Omega. It's like I am Alpha and Omega.
Right, Alpha is the first letter of the Greek alphabet. Omega is the last letter of the Greek alphabet. So Yahweh Shai is saying he's in the beginning and he's in the end. All right, go ahead.
The first and the last, what thou seest write in the book, and send it to the 7 churches which are in Asia, unto Euphesius, and unto
start again.
Go on. And send unto the 7 churches which are in Asia.
Right. So he says, send these letters to the 7 churches that are in Asia.
Unto Ephesus, the water, and unto Smyrna,
Yep, no, you're good. Go ahead.
Smyrna, and unto Pergamos.
Pergamos, where they had a big statue to Zeus at in Pergamos, and they would sacrifice our people on this statue, the altar to Zeus in Pergamos. Go ahead.
And unto Thyatira.
Right, Thyatira.
These
are all the 7 churches. You know what I mean? Church is not like a building, but just where, like right here. This is a church. He said, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I'm in the midst. Right? So that's church, not no buildings. Right? You know what I mean? That's under a 501c3 charter. They tax exempt. They don't have to. They're tax exempt because they can't teach you the truth. If they teach you the truth, they lose their tax exempt status. All right? All the pastors in America, they got to sign a tax exempt form with the IRS 501c3 charter. That's the name of it. All right. So that's why you go to a church. They say, where are them new members at? Come down to the altar. You come down there. They have you fill out some paperwork. You sign your information. And the next thing you know, you become a member of their church. Taxes, right? Part of their business. You pay them money. You're supposed to get that money back at the end of the year. They keep it. So you see that game? You see the game? All right, go ahead. That's how they're getting rich.
And unto Sardis and Philadelphia, and unto
Laodicea,
the water.
Right, now you're good. So go ahead, keep on, verse 12.
Go on. Verse 12, and I turned to see the voice that spake with me, and being turned, I saw 7 golden candlesticks.
There you go, verse 20.
Verse 20, the mystery of the 7 stars, which thou sawest in my right hand, and the 7 golden candlesticks. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches.
Right, verse 1, chapter 2.
Verse 1, chapter 2. Okay. Revelation chapter 1, verse 2.
Chapter 2, verse 1.
Chapter 2, verse 1, Salakia. Unto the angel of the church Ephesus, write these things, saith he that holdeth the 7 stars in his right hand, who walketh in the midst of the 7 golden candlesticks.
Right, so he said, write this unto the angel. Write this unto the angel of Ephesus. So who is that angel? Is he talking about an angel out in the heavens? No. He's talking about us. He's saying, yo, I know your works. I know your tribulation. I know what you're going through. You see that? So he clearly calling us angels. You feel me? So there were 7 men that were over these 7 churches, 7 groups of people. All right, go ahead. Go back up to 20.
Go on. Verse 20. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 candlesticks which thou sawest are the 7 churches.
See that? So you just learned a mystery. How deep the Bible is, brother. You see how we just read it to you about the 7 candlesticks who came out of Egypt? How it matches up in mystery with the 7 churches. That's what Esau is keeping from us. Hosea 4 and 6.
Right here.
Wow.
It's Hosea chapter 4 and verse 6.
Yep.
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge. I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing that thou hast forgotten the law of thy power, I will also forget thy children.
There you go. See that? So our people became destroyed for lack of knowledge. See that? They hid it in the books. And they said what? You know, what do you say? You want to hold something back from a so-called black man, put it in the book. You know, they know we ain't gonna read it, or they think so.
They kept it away from us and beat us, because that's why the reason why they didn't want us to read in slavery.
Right?
Objection too.
Please do.
And also earlier this week, I saw a documentary on the quote-unquote slave Bible, man. It was the Bible that they used to get the slaves to read, and there were multiple books and key passages taken out of the book. So the width of this Bible was like a third of this, man, that they gave to the slaves to read and study, because they didn't want us to know this wisdom and knowledge.
Right.
That's just like what you have today with these different translations of the Bible, which the only Bible that was authorized is the KJV, preferably the 1611. All right. And I wanted to just bring this out, all right, which we don't make astonishing of many books, but it's a book that equates to the scriptures called Undeniable that they sell on Amazon for about $5. And a lot of brothers got this book, and it's showing you that the Pope in the Vatican, right, it's showing you Revelations 2 and 9, man, that they're not the Jews, that they're not the people, and that they know that biblical icons are dark skin or bronze.
They bow down to that.
And they bow down and pray to that, because they believe in their subconscious that there's power in that.
That's right.
Because it is in our power. Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shah. All right. So that's them making big money off keeping the truth away from our people. All right. If you go back to Hosea and start at verse 1, that ultimately leads to the controversy that our Lord has with the people and the inhabitants of the land. All right. So whether they hear or forbear, they all getting marked right now with this truth. And it's Hosea chapter 4 and verse 1. Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel, for the Lord have a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shah in the land. So the Lord got a controversy. All right, he got a problem with what's going on here, man. He's about to inquire of it.
Right, brother. Any more precepts? I got a couple down there. Yeah, go ahead. You can run your bar.
This is the book of Job, chapter 9 and verse 24. The earth is given into the hands of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? You see what I'm saying? So come on, the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. You see what I'm saying? He covered the faces of all the images of the Messiah over there in Russia and all these other lands. You see what I'm saying? And now he's trying to hide himself under all these false veils. You see what I'm saying?
So the movie that you've seen of Moses leading out, what you said, the so-called white Jews, that was them covering the face of the judges thereof. All right, they look just like all of us, all like you and I. They look exactly like us.
Precept. This is Shalakia. This is our first Maccabees, chapter 3. Shalakia. This is our second Maccabees chapter 3, and I'm gonna start at verse 48. I'm looking for it real quick. Down, first one. Shalakia. This is First Maccabees chapter 3. I'm gonna start at verse 48. Shalaki, because I had got mixed up. It says, and lay open the book of the law, wherein the heathen have sought to paint the likeness of their images. So they're going to them destroying the pictures of the true icons. When you go into the rebirth, basically they iconoclasm the true icons of our people and whitewash everything. So that's when they're going to the Renaissance period.
Renaissance. There's another precept. This is Second Ezra. This is an apocrypha. This is one of the books that they took out. This is chapter 14, verse 14. It says, let go from the mortal thoughts. Cast away the burdens of man. Put off now the weak nature. In Revelation, we were considered angels. We were considered beings from a completely different dimension. We have to put off the thoughts of this mortal realm, worrying about day-to-day struggles that regular people worry about. You know, I'm trying to get this job. It's really not that. It's not that complex. All we have to do is keep a proper connection with Yahweh Yahweh Shai, and everything will be given to us. You don't believe in a lot of these lies that are in this realm, and that's a great thing for you. All you have to do is just read the scriptures, bro, and everything will be given to you.
Bring this out. Yeah, we're going to go back to the story.
Dealing with the churches. This is Acts chapter 7, verse 48. Howbeit the Most High dwell not in temples made with hands.
Right, he dwells in the Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. All right, that's who God dwells in. All right, the Most High, the dark-skinned being, his son Yahweh Shai, the so-called Negro from the tribe of Judah. They lie and call him Jesus in the churches. All right, the real Jews are these people on this side, the Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans. Right, that went into slavery under the Edomite race called the Caucasian race. All right, in the Caucasian race, the Edomites are getting prepared to go into hardcore slavery for 1,000 years under the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Precept.
Bet you didn't know that. Let's get it.
This is Revelations chapter 13, verse 9.
Right.
If any man have an ear, let him hear.
That's right, man. So,
he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity.
Yep.
He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword.
Right. So we're not as carnal. Look at Jake on looking at it like we violent. No. Look, they don't like that. They don't even want to protect Esau. See that? But nothing can compare, brother. Nothing can compare. We just out here reading Bibles. But look what Esau did to us. They hung us. They cut the stomach out of our women's stomach. They cut the babies out of our women's stomachs, and they stomped on the heads, and they called it gator bait. You see that? See us? We just out here reading. But what they did to us was real hatred and real violence. What they did to the North American Indians, wickedness. You see that?
I gotta preach out.
Cut out our tongues, force food down our mouth. Did something called buck breaking. But all the Lord told us to come out here and do is what? Is to have wisdom, cry out in the streets. All right, and to stand before our oppressors and read the Lord's word, and to read their judgment and our testimony.
I got to preach out.
But this word is so powerful, it cut like a two-edged sword. So this is a real weapon. This is what they really fear. All right? Let's get it. Launch it off. Go power. Come on.
All right, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 2. Lift ye up a banner upon the high mountain.
Right, so we lifting up our banner upon the high mountain. All right?
Shout the voice unto them.
Right, so that's why we always tell people in this camp to lift up your voice, raise up your voice, exalt it like a trumpet.
I got it.
A trumpet plays loud and clear, out loud.
The right tune too.
At the right, and you got to play the right tune. That's called having fruit, but having good fruit. It's the time of peace, time for war. The people understand that there's a war breaking out all over the world. That's right. Yeah, noise, all the confusion. You hear that? That's right.
This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, and I'm going to start at verse 8. It says, a time to love and a time to hate.
Right.
A time of war and a time of peace.
Right. So the Lord is about to go to war with 2/3 of our people and these heathens, man. You got to turn back and repent to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. His name is Yahweh, and his son named Yahushua. All right, go ahead, brother.
It's Revelation chapter 11, verse 14.
Yep.
And the second woe is past, and the third, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly.
What that sound like? That sound like World War II, and then it's going into what? World War III, the third World War. That's creeping up fast. I know a lot of y'all know about World War II. All right, bombing the Hiroshima, Nagasaki, what they did to them Ammonites. But the Lord said there's a third war coming, and none of y'all paying attention to it. What's going on? So they're gonna get caught out there. All right, the Lord got a death sentence on you. Go ahead, brother.
God, I was reading an article this morning. Basically, Biden's talking about trying to team up with South Korea. Why? Because Russia, China, and Iran has formed an alliance. So also with North Korea too as well. So they're trying to build up another alliance to go against Russia and China, man. So they feel like World War III can pop up. Those escalations of World War III can pop off at any time, man.
Coming the thief in the night. That's right. Go ahead, Debar. Yep.
This is Isaiah chapter 9, verse 5.
Right. All hell about to break loose. Wake up and repent before you get destroyed. Yahweh is the Lord's name. Yahushua is his son's name.
For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise.
That's right, man.
And garments rolled in blood.
Right. Yep. Go ahead.
But this shall be with burning and fuel of fire.
Right. So it's gonna be a war that's built with fire and brimstone. You know? So let's keep going, man. Where we at? Let's get back to the point. First Maccabees, yeah.
No, second Maccabees. I mean,
First
Maccabees chapter 2.
Yeah, chapter 2. Let's skip over to 3. And we already read about Mattathias.
Yeah, time.
We read that one. Yep. So let's get that where he fought them at. Yeah, verse 22. 1 to 22. Who gonna read it? All right, somebody read it. Whoever get it first. First Maccabees 1 and 22.
This is First Maccabees chapter 1,
21.
verse 21.
Right.
And it reads, look, it says, and entered proudly into the sanctuary and took away the golden altar and the candlestick of light.
Right. It said Esau, the Antiochus Epiphanes, he entered into the sanctuary, man. The sanctuary is right before the Holy of Holies. You know, he entered into the sanctuary. And the only reason the Lord let him do that is because what? He was judging our people. Look what he did to Heliodorus.
Yeah, beat his ass.
They beat his ass. They sent some angels to beat him up. All right? So they probably had broken jaw and everything. Broken bones he never heard of before.
And who was that said, the only you're here because that's roughly paraphrasing, but he said, if it wasn't, this wasn't supposed to happen, you would have been like Heliodorus.
That's in the Maccabees. Yeah, if somebody can find it, just type in Heliodorus, you'll be able to find it. But if not, it's cool. Where was that? 21.
This is First Maccabees 1 and 21. It says, and entered proudly into the sanctuary and took away the golden altar.
Right, what's that? Obadiah. Somebody get Obadiah, please. Let's do this work, y'all. Let's get it. Proudness. Yep.
This is Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 3. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
Right, just like Antiochus was doing, just like these Edomites are doing today with their New World Order, Great Reset. But they say, who gonna bring them down to the ground like America, Babylon? All right, go ahead. That was it, right? Now we can get back to it.
All right. Back at verse 21.
Right, that's that proud spirit of these Edomites.
It says, and entered proudly into the sanctuary and took away the golden altar and the candlesticks of light and all the vessels thereof and the table of the showbread and the pouring vessels,
Pouring vessels.
and the pouring vessels, and the vials, and the censers of gold, and the veil, and the crowns, and the golden ornaments that were before the temple, all which he poured off.
Right. Let's get 2 Maccabees 5:16.
2 Maccabees chapter 5. No, Slakia.
5:16.
This is the book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 5, verse 16. And taking the holy vessels with polluted hands and with profane hands, pulling down the things that were dedicated by other kings to the augmentation and glory and honor of the place, he gave them away. Con. 2 Maccabees chapter 5, verse 16. And taking the holy vessels with polluted hands and with profane hands.
Right, this is what Antiochus Epiphanes did. He came. We just read about that in 1 Maccabees, right? He came into our temple and took everything. Go ahead.
Come on, pulling down the things that were dedicated by other kings to the augmentation and glory and honor of the place, he gave them away. Verse 17. And so haughty was Antiochus.
We just read that. He was proud, right? So he said, so haughty was he. You see that? The Antiochus was proud. He was haughty. Go ahead.
And so haughty was Antiochus in mind that he considered not the Lord was angry for a while for the sins of them that dwelt in the city.
Right. So that's why he went to. That's why he entered in so proudly into our sanctuary, because he didn't know that the Lord was angry with us. That's why we were taking down the Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans. That's why we fell. See how people don't know that.
And therefore his eye was now upon the place.
Oh, he's talking to us? My bad. We say.
What you guys are doing.
Oh.
You guys have a.
Hey, don't
I
hurt.
don't know what my rules are here, so
Okay.
I'm trying to find out what's going on.
Yeah, whatever the rules are, they're your rules. So we're gonna go back.
Oh,
to
I don't have any rules. I just work for them.
Right.
I just don't want any problems. I don't know. Do you guys have any permits or anything? Or... No, I gotta. Oh man, cool. Just tell me what are you guys doing? Are you just preaching? I apologize, but I don't know what's happening. I'm not the police.
The police had a problem with it.
Has the police already been here? Today? They've been here today already?
No, you can call them.
No, I don't care. I just want to know what you guys are doing is all I'm asking.
So she literally
Fair enough. All respect. You don't need to know. You're not a cop.
All right.
You just know that we're safe and we're not out here to harm nobody.
All right.
All right, we read the Bible, buddy. You cool. I can tell you cool. Let's rock. All right. Or you can get your supervisor or the police. It don't matter. Let's rock.
All right, come on. 2 Maccabees chapter 5, back at verse 18. Yep. For had they not been formerly wrapped in many sins, this man, as soon as he had come, had forthwith been scourged and put back from his presumption.
Right. So if he'd have known, like Heliodorus, Antiochus would have got beat up, just like the Lord sent angels to beat up Heliodorus. All right. Look here, beat up. Look at her. Look. This is it.
Don. As Heliodorus was. Con. As Heliodorus was, whom Seleucus the king sent to view the treasury.
All right, man. All right, man. So who was that? They sent Heliodorus to take all our stuff. He was a Jake. And the Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahushua sent two angels to beat him up. They broke him down so bad. And the Lord like, yo, don't you know I can do this to you, Antiochus? But he chose not to. The Lord had a different type of sentence for his death. All right, let's get it. Let's get back to 1 Maccabees.
All right, this first Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 23. It says he took also the silver and the gold and the precious vessels. Also, he took the hidden treasures which he found.
Right, man.
And when he had taken all away, he went into his own land, having made a great massacre and spoken very proudly.
We already read all that. We on something else. We on like we on chapter 2.
No, we on chapter 3. We on chapter 3. We on chapter 3.
Yeah, we on chapter 3, man. Let's start from 1. 3 and 1.
3 and 1.
Let's get to the story now a little bit. We ain't gonna read all of this either. We're gonna skip over to 4. Chapter 4.
All right, it's the book of First Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 1. Then his son Judas, called Maccabees, rose up in his stead, and all his brother helped him, and so did all they that held with his father.
Right, that's right, man. So Judas Maccabee stood up with his brothers. Go over to verse 49. And this is why, man. They were trying to fight the battle of their forefather Mattathias against Esau. Go ahead.
First Maccabees 3 and 49.
That's right, man.
They brought also the priest's garments and the first fruits and the tithes and the Nazarites they stirred up, who had accomplished their days. Then cried they with a loud voice toward heaven.
Yeah, 49.
Gone.
2 and 49.
Oh, I think it's 3. Sorry.
No, you good.
2 and 49. Gone. First Maccabees 2 and 49. Now when the time drew near that Matthias should die, he said unto his sons, now have pride and rebuke gotten strength in the time of destruction and the wrath of indignation. Now therefore, my sons, be ye zealous for the law and give your lives for the covenant of your fathers.
And that's what Yahushua told us to do before he died and went up to the Father. All right, he told us to be willing to give our life. He said, be faithful unto death, and I should give you a crown of life. All right, go ahead.
Call to remembrance what acts our fathers did in their time, so shall ye receive great honor and an everlasting name.
Right, so they've done that. They got an everlasting name, and we're going to receive an everlasting name in the kingdom. All right?
51. Keep going?
Yep, keep going.
All right, verse 52.
No, let's go over to 1 again. My bad.
Gone. 2 and 1.
All right.
First Maccabees 2, verse 1.
3 and 1. Oh.
All right, Slakia. First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 1. Then his son Judas, called Maccabeus, rose up in his stead, and all his brother helped him. And they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel.
Fought with cheerfulness.
Cheerfulness, man. That was 167 BC.
All
right, that's when at the Mattathias, and then you had Judas Maccabee rose up in 166. All right, and then you had the rededication of the temple in 164, and they killed Judas Maccabees in 160 BC. All right.
Verse 3. So he got his people great honor and put on a breastplate as a giant, and girt his warlike harness about him, and he made battles, protecting the host with his sword.
There you go. So who's about to do that? What Yahushua say he gonna do? He said he gonna put on for armor. He gonna put on judgment or righteousness or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, he said the horse gonna come up to a horse's bridle, the blood. Yeah, he gonna stain all his raiment. That's right. Let me get that. Let me get that real quick.
Is that Isaiah?
Yep. Raiment. Revelation 14:20. Yeah, somewhere around there. Revelation. All right, let's get Isaiah 63 and 3.
Isaiah 63 and 3.
Yep, 63 and 1. All the way to 4.
63.
Isaiah 63 and 1 to 4.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 63 and 1. Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra? This is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. Eyes that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth the wine fat? I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. And I will tread them in my anger and trample them in my fury. and their blood shall sprinkle upon my garments, I will stain all my raiment.
Right, so Yahushua is gonna be moving in that same spirit as Judas Maccabee was. That's why he said, "What? I should not meet thee as a man." He's gonna meet him like a lion. All right, somebody get that in Wisdom of Solomon 5:18. All right, just like Judas put on armor, Yahushua gonna put on his.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 18. He shall put on righteousness as a breastplate and true judgment instead of an helmet.
Go up to 17.
This Wisdom of Solomon 5:17. He shall he shall take to him his jealousy for complete armor.
Whoa, for complete armor. See that? All right, go ahead.
It says, and make the creature his weapon for the revenge of his enemies.
Right, so he's gonna make the creature. What's that? He said the battle axe and weapon of war. That's in Jeremiah. I need that real quick. I need yep. And by the hand of my people Israel.
This is Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 20.
Right, man.
Thou art my battle axe and weapon of war, for with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms.
Right, so the Lord said what? Read that again now, the creature. We're gonna read that a couple times.
All right.
That same part.
All right, it says, Wisdom of Solomon 5:17. He shall take to him his jealousy for complete armor and make the creature his weapon for the revenge of his enemies.
Oh, so he's gonna make the creature his weapon. He said, what? You are my battle axe and weapon of war. With thee will I break in pieces the nation. You see that? And old and young. All right, go ahead. Somebody got that?
It's Isaiah chapter 40.
Yeah.
It's Isaiah chapter 41, verse 15. Behold, I will make thee a new sharp threshing instrument having teeth. Thou shalt thresh the mountains and beat them small, and shalt make the hills as chaff. Thou shalt fan them, and the wind shall carry them away.
Right. He was fanning. Now he was fanning. You know?
And the whirlwind shall scatter them, and thou shalt rejoice in the Lord Yahweh, and shalt glory in the Holy One of Israel.
So the Lord said he's going to use his men, and then the missile's going to hit this place. So you should be expecting spiritual power to happen here. When the Lord raised up Michael to give you that power. All right? The Lord going to have the angels take charge over you. All right? And that's just it. Like, they're going to be operating around you, man, protecting you, manipulating you, using you to crush somebody's damn skull. All right?
According to his anger.
According to his anger. Got that hand to my people Israel? Yep.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 25, verse 14. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. And they shall do in Edom according to my anger, and according to my fury. And they shall know my vengeance, saith the Lord, Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahushua.
Right, man. That's what you're fighting for, man. The Lord said, be faithful unto death, and he'll give you a crown of life. That's what we fighting for, man, the crown. You got to think about that. We almost at the finish line, man. Keep fighting, keep pushing. Don't let nothing pull you away from this truth. From this work, man. And one day he's going to change you. And he's going to keep you all the way until the destruction, to the missiles, man. All right? Go ahead. Go ahead. Canuck, real quick.
All right, this is Romans chapter 8, verse 35.
Right, man.
Who shall separate us from the love of Hamashiach? Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or perils or sword? As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all day long. We are counted as sheep for the slaughter. Nay, in all these we are more than conquerors through him that loved us. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angel, nor principality, nor power, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any creature shall be able to separate us from the love of Yahweh, which is in Yahweh Shai Hamashiach. And that's just it. So can nothing separate us from it. So don't let anything get in the way of that. Don't let anything get in the way of you, of stopping you from being that battle axe. So we're the battle axe and the weapon of war right now, according to 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 3. So the weapons of warfare are not carnal, but mighty through the strongholds, pulling down these principalities and the wickedness in high places.
This is Deuteronomy chapter 4. I'm gonna start at verse 19. Lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, shouldst be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy power hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord Yahweh hath taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. And as the elder was talking about earlier, receiving a crown, right now we're princes, but pretty soon we're going to be kings, and we have an inheritance, and it's going to be all those things that Yahweh Shai created in the beginning for us.
Right, brother.
And
also too,
nice strong, bro.
Let no man take that crown. You know, don't let not man nor woman. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta strive for the truth unto death. You know,
let nobody despise you in thy youth, man.
Like you said, nor life nor death, nothing. Nothing can separate us.
Persecution, yep, the first con. All right, let's get back to this, y'all. Where was that?
Maccabees.
Yep, 3.
All right, it's back at the book of 1 Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 3. So he got his people great honor and put on a breastplate as a giant and girt his warlike harness about him.
Wasn't you reading?
Wisdom of Solomon 5.
Yeah. Yep. So now let's read that again. Yep.
Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 17. He shall take him his jealousy for a complete armor and make the creature his weapon for the revenge of his enemies. He shall put on righteousness as a breastplate and true judgment instead of an helmet. He shall take holiness for an invincible shield. His severe wrath shall be sharpened for a sword, and the world shall fight with him against the unwise.
Right, there you go. So the world, talking about us, right? The cosmos is going to fight with Yahweh Shai against Esau and these heathens in their kingdom. What's that? He said, consume them with the fire, burning of his coming.
Oh, damn.
That's right, man, because we're going to be out here teaching this word, consuming them with the word, giving them their judgment that they're about to go into slavery for 1,000 years, the Caucasian race, Esau. And then after that, the Lord gonna raise us up. They're gonna try to put their hands on our people again, try to get us back in slavery, what you would call a new world order or a great reset. And when that happens, the Lord gonna do what? What's that? Isaiah, lift up a standard. Job.
I got the story of the brightness.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right, this is 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 8.
All right, this is a so-called black man from the tribe of Judah. The one they ignorantly call Jesus. His name is Yahweh Shai, so-called black man out there in the heavens. 10 foot tall, pissed off too. He's not a nice guy, not a gentleman. Go ahead.
2 Thessalonians 2 and 8. And then shall the wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth.
See, that's the Lord got to reveal them first, according to prophecies, according to 2 Thessalonians. He got to reveal the mystery of iniquity through his word. All right, with the spirit of his mouth. The spirit of truth is revealing that these are the devil, the deceivers. Go ahead.
And shall destroy with the brightness of his coming.
See, we're fighting together with the Lord against these devils. Why? Because he say what? We wrestle not against flesh and blood. Corinthians. Ephesians. Damn, man, I was just like, listen.
I got it.
Pause right.
You're close though. Yeah, I'll close.
I got Ephesians.
Goodness, boy. All right, go ahead. Whoever got it, don't matter.
This is Ephesians chapter 6. I'm gonna start at verse 12.
Right, because when you fighting this battle, you're on the Lord's side fighting the battle, man. Okay.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world.
See, this is what we wrestling against. Go ahead.
Against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Right, so that's why we're not supposed to be like Black Panthers and go out and get a gun and try to shoot these devils. That'll be stupid. That'll be trying to kill them with their blessing. And if you know, that'd be stupid. The Lord sent us here to be peaceful. You know, not like Esau did, lynching people and stuff. Our job is to come out here and what? Shoot them with this. Shoot them with the words of the Lord. Precept upon precept, line upon line. Here a little, there a little. Why? Because he said what? The word is like a two-edged sword. Somebody get that Babaka shot. Yep. Anybody got a precept with holding?
I got a precept.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, this is Exodus 15 and 22. It says, but if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thy enemies.
Oh, who have been our enemies? The Lord told us in Deuteronomy he was going to sell us to our enemies as bondmen and bondwomen. And that happened during the what? Something called slavery. People like, why did that happen? Not because we were dark skinned. That ain't it. It happened to us because we disobeyed the laws that were given to Moses. All right. So the Lord is making our enemies his enemies. All right. Who got a precept? He got a precept.
Isaiah 59 and 19.
Yep, nice and loud.
Isaiah chapter 59 and 19.
Yep.
So shall they fear the name of the Lord Yahweh Bashem Yahushai from the west, and the glory from the rising of the sun, when the enemy shall come in like a flood.
So when the enemy gonna come in like a flood, we just read who the enemy is. All right? That's the enemy, the people that put us in slavery, that'll kill our children and our women, that'll build a system on racism against our people that'll last when they in the ground. They want the system to continue and
keep you down.
Keep us down. That's hatred, man. That's some hatred right there. They made movies off of our slavery. They made millions on Hollywood off of our slavery. They made shirts with the Redskins on it, with Gadite's head on it. Look like a mantle that they hung up animals.
Also, something I just learned, the San Francisco 49ers, the 49ers were a group of individuals who went over to California, not just to mine gold, but to kill Gadites. They would get $5 per scout. So they went over there and they killed Gadites by the millions. And the only reason that, and they roughly paraphrase, not roughly paraphrasing, but they're roughly estimating millions because they have the receipts of all the $5 bills that they send out to people for the scouts.
And they also had us fighting against our brothers over there because you had the Buffalo Soldiers fighting against the Native Americans.
Right.
And that was us being set up fighting for Esau, man.
What's that? Yeah, the troops shall overtake them.
Genesis.
Yeah, somebody get that?
49.
Yeah, get that real quick. Let's get this real fast.
I got the other one.
Yeah, real fast. I need this real fast.
This is
Genesis chapter 49. You got it.
All right. This is Genesis chapter 49, verse 19. That a truth shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last.
Basically at the last, and this is our time to come up. So Gad's gonna have the last hurrah against these devils, man.
Right, man. Gad is one of the tribes spoken of, the North American Indians. They're spoken of in Revelation chapter 7 as one of the 12 tribes that's going to be gathered. 12,000 from each tribe. All right, and this is the gathering. The Lord is using the spirit of truth to gather his people back together. All right. Right, Mr. Smirky there. Somebody got that? You got that?
No, I'm
not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my friend. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm talking to him. Well, I need this real quick.
Zechariah
2 and 8. Zechariah 2 and 8. Whoever get it first.
2 and 8.
Yep. Then
everybody look at
brother.
Zechariah 2 and 8.
Yep.
2 and 8.
Yeah, we're not trying to communicate with none of these people out here, man. They mean us no good.
Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8. But thus saith the Lord Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, Lord of hosts, after the glory hath he sent me unto the nations.
Right. Isn't it beautiful? We celebrating our Hanukkah. We thought people would be happy about that. But they don't seem too happy to see us here today. Go ahead, brother.
After the glory hath he sent me unto the nations, which spoiled you, for he hath touched you, for he that toucheth you touches the apple of his eye.
Right. So the people that have touched our people, they have touched the apple of the Lord's eye. Look at that. And they don't even care about it. They don't understand what they have done. They don't understand the atrocities of what they have done to themselves and to their nation. They're going to be wiped off the earth after 1,000 years of hardcore slavery under the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And his name is Yahweh, and his son named Yahushua. That's what's coming. You're hearing about World War III. You see what they forcing on everybody. You want to get the money, you want to feed your families. That's part of their new world order. And this is not about color either. Our people look like everybody. We don't know who's who. We just out here fishing. You know, you fishing, you catch anything. It's up to the Lord to sort it out. All right, where we at?
Maccabees?
No, somebody had a precept they were holding.
Oh, you wanted Hebrews quicker than two. All right. It's Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12. For the word of Yahweh is quick and powerful, and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and the intent of the heart.
Right, 'cause this is the real weapon right here, man. You know, a gun can only kill the body, but it can't kill the spirit. This right here, this will follow somebody home. They're gonna go home and have nightmares. You know, like Freddy Krueger. That was about the Bible.
A prime example in the book of Maccabees, where that woman had to watch her 7 sons get killed.
Yeah.
And it was the spirit of the Lord. It was this word that she held on to. The sword didn't have no effect because they said they'll be back on the earth again, praising the same Lord that they died praising.
Right. That's the definition of reincarnation. To not have a beginning or an end. We're born into this earth, and you think that's our beginning, but it's not. When we die, you think that's our end, but it's not. Reincarnation is the wheel of life. All right, so you right back here on the earth.
Sure.
Go ahead, Art.
It's the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 8, and verse 62. These things have I not showed unto all men, but unto thee and a few like thee. Then answered I and said, Behold, O Lord, now hast thou showed me the multitude of the wonders which thou wilt begin to do in the last times, but at what time thou hast not shown me. And ultimately, it leads into a measuring the times diligently. All right. And ultimately, he revealed his secrets to his servants, the prophets, man. All right. Now, he has not shown these things to all men, but to few men that's in that particular arrangement, in that cosmos sense, man. Right. You know, that's dealing with the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of Yahweh Bashim Yahushua.
Right, brother. All right, let's get back into 2nd Maccabees, chapter 3.
2nd Maccabees or
1st Maccabees, my bad. 2nd Maccabees on my mind.
It's back at the book of 1st Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 3.
Yeah.
So he got his people great honor and put on a breastplate as a giant and girt his warlike harness about him, and he made battles, protecting the host with his sword.
It's talking about Judas Maccabees. He was like a lion from Judah, so-called Negro. Right, look like Kimbo Slice. Right, they look like lion-like men. They put fear in these other nations. You know, Esau looked like Bambi.
I'm not the wrong sound.
Verse 4. In his acts, he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp, roaring for his prey.
Right. What's that? The children shall seek to please the poor.
I got it. It's Job 20 and 10.
Right. Guess this.
His children shall seek to please the poor, and his hands shall restore their goods.
Right. So that's what Esau tried to do. They'll try to be nice to a little boy, a little girl, but that ain't gonna do it. We need them in slavery.
Hey, the Lord don't care about how many old people you walk across the street. It's about his truth, man. It's about the sincerity that come along with it as well, man. You know.
Right, man. Ain't got nothing to do with that. Let's keep going, brother. Scripture say, man, you couldn't trust Esau around your animal, your dog. You better let a child. I don't trust him.
That's Job. Job said he won't even allow them around his cattle, man. Because they'll do something to foul to it, man, like bestiality or something, man.
Yeah.
Very popular among Esau's community.
All right, verse 5. For he pursued the wicked and sought them out and burnt up those that vexed his people.
Right, so this happened, man. Who vexed our people? Edom, the Caucasian race. And at that time, Judas Maccabees hunted them down. And the Lord was with them. So if we do that now, the Lord not going to be with us. You're going to lose instantly. You're going to be in jail. Or you're going to be dead in about 5 minutes, like 20 minutes. Like Nat Turner. Nat Turner was a perfect example of the Black Panthers. Look at them. But the Lord said, this congregation be of the Lord, it shall not fall. It shall stand. All right? Because his word is going to last forever. And that's what we fighting with, his word. Right, brother?
Wherefore the wicked shrunk for fear of him.
Oh, so they shrunk from their pride. They're going to shrink from the fear of Yahushua. It says that. Go ahead.
And all the workers of iniquity were troubled because salvation prospered in his hand.
Right. So all the workers of iniquity are going to be troubled. Why? Because truth is going to prosper. All right, in the Lord's hand, and in the children of Israel's hand. And all the lies are going to be put down. You know? Go ahead.
He grieved also many kings and made Jacob glad with his acts, and his memorial is blessed forever.
Woo! So he made Jacob glad with his acts. Let's go to chapter 4 real quick. All right.
Verse 1.
That's right,
You
man.
want me to hold? Am I done with the Wisdom of Solomon 5?
What was that?
You put on the preacher weapon for his revenge.
We got to read that.
Okay, I'll hold this.
We ain't read that yet, did we?
We did read. You read it a couple times. You said, but you might need me to go back to it.
Yeah, it's like 2 verses. Yeah, can you read that again? Like the whole thing? That, you know them verses.
Yeah. This is Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 17. He shall take to him his jealousy for complete armor and make the creature his weapon for the revenge of his enemies. He shall put on righteousness as a breastplate and true judgment instead of an helmet. He shall take holiness for an invincible shield. His severe wrath shall he sharpen for a sword, and the world shall fight with him against the unwise.
Right, man. There you go. So, all right. So the Lord is going to raise up his men to fight with him against these nations, man. And they're going to go out and what? They're going to hunt these devils out from their bunkers that they're building. They're putting themselves in bunkers to preserve themselves for us. You know, they're going into slavery, man. We went into slavery. What makes them better than us?
Those tight jars.
You see that? So the Lord said, yo, 1,000 years is what? A day to the Lord. So, can we get that?
Yep. They get the whole day.
Yep. Go ahead, brother.
It's Jeremiah 16 and 16.
1,000 years.
Behold, I will send for many fishers, saith the Lord.
Right.
And they shall fish them.
Right. So the Lord made this happen. He said what? He's going to send for many fishers. That goes with Ezekiel 37. Great exceeding armies standing upon their feet. And we're fishing with his word. He told Peter that he was going to make Peter a fisher of men. But upon Peter, he was going to build his church, meaning others that would do what Peter did. All right, that would go out and fish for our people with the Lord's Spirit, which is the line. What's up, Ammon? Go ahead.
And after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill and out of the holes of the rocks.
Right, that's right, man. Somebody get Acts chapter 1 where it says receive power after the Spirit. Yeah, 1 right after this. Right after this. Go ahead.
Acts chapter 1, verse 8. But ye shall receive power. After that, the Holy Spirit is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me, both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost part of the earth.
That's right, man. See, the Lord knows what get up under Esau's skin. That's why he told us to come out here and yell. You know, they don't like seeing us yelling. They don't like seeing us raise our voice. Every time in slavery, they tell us to keep our voice down. Every time you see us run into a cop, they say, hey, why are you talking so loud? You know, or at your job, they say, hey, man, can you bring it down some?
Yeah.
When you know you're just talking normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. See that, brother? What did the Lord tell us to come out here and do?
Lift up our voice.
Lift up our voice like a trumpet.
But what is that? What does the raising up our voice kind of do? It kind of incites a riot. And what are we rioting? We're rioting against the system.
That's right. We're not inciting a riot. That'd be against the law. So we're not inciting no riot. But it was so serious that in ancient times, the prophets, when they taught, it would incite riots. You know, so we're not inciting riots, but we're inciting our people to fight spiritually. That's right.
Paul was arrested for
Inciting riot. But he wasn't doing, he was trying to just rouse his people up to fight the spiritual fight that we just read about. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. See that? So let's keep going. Who is reading? Yeah.
This is 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 8.
Come on, man.
But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua as 1,000 years.
Right. Appreciate that, man.
1,000 years as a day.
Right, man. So just because you don't see these Edomites being judged, they think that's it. They think they're gonna go on willy-nilly. We just get old, get retirement, die. That's it. They make money off the mortgages, money off the graves, money off the morgues, and then that's it. Or that new Meta, that Facebook building, try to trap everybody's damn mind in that mess. You know? But the Lord said, what? 1,000 years is as a day to him, man. So, you know, it's only been like 2 days to the Lord. 2,000 years since they killed Yahushua. So we coming into the third day where Yahweh is about to send Yahushua to shake this place up, man. Scare the hell out of everybody. Except for the ones that are waiting for him. All right. Let's go to 4 real quick. Yep, bring that power, brother. Because now we're going into the story about Chaanakah. All right, we already read in the Bible that it's supposed to be 7 candlesticks. They got 9 up there. That's how you know they're some damn liars, man.
Precept.
All right, go ahead, brother.
This Revelation 22:18.
Yeah.
For I testify to every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book, if any man shall add unto these things, Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book.
Oh.
And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book.
Wow, man. So that goes for 2/3 of our people and Esau that feels like they can corrupt the word. They took the word into their hands when the Lord said, what has thou to do with my covenant? You have nothing to do with it. But they took this word and they tried to corrupt it and change it. Add their own imaginations in. You know, what happened with Antiochus? He said, looked into the book of the law, paint the likeness of their images.
First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 48.
Right, and it wasn't just talking about painting, not just painting. They did paint all these wicked images, but he's talking about paint the like you draw a picture with words. So they thought to add their idol stories into our book on the Sabbath day. That's right. Go ahead.
In the Sabbath now, we're speaking.
That's right, man. We in the Sabbath right now. 3-day Sabbath. New moon.
Matter of fact, I'm starting with 47. First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 47. It says, then they fasted that day and put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their heads and rent their clothes and laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images.
There you go. There you go, man. So what it said, Antiochus Epiphanes, that Edomite, he was advanced in dark sayings and witchcraft. So he thought to add in their paganism and their idolatry. That's why you have people calling on the name of Jesus, which is Zeus. That's pagan. The Lord's true name is Yahushua. He's a so-called black man from the tribe of Judah, according to the truth. God. All right. So let's get that story now, yo. We're gonna end it with the story. Gone. We need somebody to take over too, just pass it around. Gotcha.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 4, starting at verse 1.
Yep.
And what's his name?
Georgius. Yep, Georgius.
Then took Georgius 5,000 footmen and 1,000 of the best horsemen and removed out of the camp by night. To the end he might rush in upon the camp of the Jews and smite them suddenly.
Right. So this was a general that was with Antiochus. All right, go ahead.
And the men of the fortress were his guides. Now when Judas heard thereof, he himself removed, and the valiant men with them, that he might smite the king's army, which was at
Amos.
While as yet the forces were dispersed from the camp, in the mean season came Gorgias by night unto the camp of Judas, and when he found no man there, he sought them in the mountains.
Woo, so he was looking for him. They're looking all over for Judas. What Mystical said, somebody said, you're looking for me? Here I go. That's how Judas stepped out, like a Lone Ranger.
For said he,
man right here,
these fellows flee from us. But as soon as it was day, Judas showed himself in the plain, where 3,000 men, who nevertheless had neither armor nor swords to their minds.
Woo! Yo, they was just, you know, it's out there. And it was out there. It's like looking at this plane, at this field, and out of nowhere, you looking for them, and they just show up. Y'all know how them Wild Western movies used to be? When they be looking, Esau be looking all over the mountains, then you see one Gadite pop up. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, he was standing there looking at him from the mountain. You know, or Ephraim or any other tribes, Latino tribes. And then next thing you know, you see one, then you see a bunch of them pop up. And then they disappear. Yep, go ahead, brother.
All right, verse 7. And they saw the camp of the heathen.
Right, to understand that, you could watch a movie called On Wounded Knee. All right, watch that movie. It shows how the North American Indians killed the Gadites at a place called Wounded Knee. All right, that's where you get your medicines and everything from today. Go ahead, brother.
And they saw the camp of the heathen, that it was strong and well harnessed.
So he saw Ethiopia. He saw Antiochus's army. And he said they were heathens, man. All right, go ahead.
All right. And compassed round about with horsemen, and these were expert of war.
There you go, man. All right, so, hey, can you get chapter 5, verse 3 real quick?
All right, First Maccabees chapter 5, verse 3. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea at Arabatan, because they besieged Israel. And he gave them a great overthrow and abated their courage and took their spoils.
There you go. All right, let's go back.
All right. Just a jab. Back at First Maccabees 4 and 8. Then said Judas to the men that were with him, fear ye not their multitude, neither be ye afraid of their assault.
Right. The Lord did not give us a spirit of fear. Right. That's what the Lord told us, man. I'm gonna get this real quick. Get a break. If you need a break too, let me know. Come on, read. Lord did not give us a spirit of fear.
This is 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 7. For Yahweh by Shem Yahushai have not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind.
There you go, man. So that's what the Lord telling us today. Don't fear him. He said, fear not thou worm Jacob, for I will help thee. All right, so we're helpless in this society, man. So we're asking the Lord for help. And he said, fear not. You know? Go ahead, brother.
Verse 9. Remember how our fathers were delivered in the Red Sea when Pharaoh pursued them with the army.
Right, that's what me and the brother was talking about earlier, where the scripture said in Sirach, look into the ways of old and see, did any ever believe in the Lord and were confounded? No. All right, go ahead.
Now, therefore, let us cry unto heaven, if peradventure the Lord will have mercy upon us and remember the covenant of our fathers and destroy this host before our face this day.
Woo! So, all right, go ahead, keep going.
That so all the heathen may know that there is one who dwelleth and saveth.
No, keep going. Read again.
Like it.
Now this is important, because just like he let Cyrus the Great and them know, and it's written in the Nebonite steel, he let the Assyrians know, Ashurbanipal and Esarhaddon and Sennacherib, right? He let the Egyptians know. What's up, brother? All right, man. The Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans, man. We're the Israelites of the Bible, brother.
Oh, we know who you are.
That's right, man. Bless you, man.
Bless you guys too.
All right, the Most High's true name is Yahweh. His son name Yahushua. All right, that's right, brother. All right, now. What is that? Oh, that's cool. That's cool, man. That's cool. That's cool. All right. They might tweet D, tweet down. But they probably tweeted smart, something else. You know, taught intelligent. Like, yeah, man. Yeah, it's like a Matrix or something. Oh, like they make them. I got you. I look like a glitch. Oh, let's get it, y'all.
All right. Verse 11. That so all the heathen may know.
They got a glitch right here.
So that all the heathen may know that there is one who delivereth and saveth Israel.
Right. So all the heathens are going to know that. All right. All the heathens are going to have knowledge of the Lord's power in that day. All right. We know about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but in that day, real soon, all this world, the whole world is going to have knowledge of the power of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Because we're telling you his name, the Father's name is Yahweh, and his son name Yahushua. But what they teach us in church, they tell you in these funky churches that the Lord's name is Jesus. Right? Jesus means what? Hail Zeus. He praising Zeus, a pagan god. All right? That goes all the way back to 168 BC, where they Hellenized our people and made them Greeks. All right?
Forcing our people tongues to sin.
That's right.
Calling upon another deity.
Come on with it, man. They force them to sin, man. All right? And they destroy for lack of knowledge. That's a destroyed people right there. All right? So we out here to raise our people up, man. And how do you do it? You do it through edification. Amos chapter 9, verse 8. We do it through edification. That's why the Lord is building up the third temple. Not over there in Jerusalem with them fake Jews. He's building up the temple through the Spirit. That's right, man. All right? So, yep, go ahead.
This is the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 8.
Right, and this ain't about color, man. We don't know who's who. You know, we got some brothers that teach, you catch them just, I'm talking to just real fast. But we got some brothers in Carolina that teach the Bible like we do, and they look just like you. Yahushua.
Yahushua.
That's the Lord's true name.
I've been wanting to know that for a long time.
Yeah, man. If you're an Israelite, then you'll be saved. But if you're an Edomite, you got a bad time coming.
I'm pretty messed up. So.
Yeah, on that level, But you never know. You never know. All you can do is have faith.
I just appreciate y'all reading the word, man. That's the real weapon.
And the little bro that you're around, teach him.
He just walked up to me. I think y'all are just raising the vibration and shit's coming up.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That's deep.
I think so.
All right, go ahead. Where was we at?
All right, this is the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 8.
Right, we out here to celebrate the true Hanukkah, Chaanakah in the Hebrew. It means the dedication, the rededication of the temple. All right, it happened in 164 BC, and now Yahushua, just like Solomon rededicated the temple in 955 BC, the Lord is going to rededicate the temple to Yahweh in 2000 something AD. It's about to happen soon, man. We don't know when. Go ahead, brother.
All right, this is the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 8. Behold, the eyes of the Lord Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth.
Right. You're seeing that. The Lord, his eyes are upon the sinful place. They don't think the Lord is watching. That's why Esau says, he gonna what? He says, who seeth me? But the Lord said his eyes are upon the sinful kingdom. He's watching everything, man. All right, go ahead, brother.
Saving that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, said the Lord.
Right, so when the Lord brings his destruction, he's going to make sure he delivers how many? Revelations, what's that, 7?
Get straight to the point.
Yep, straight to the point.
This is Revelations chapter 7, and I'm going to start at verse 4. It says, and I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribe of the children of Israel.
That's right, man. So 144,000 men and a small multitude. All right, that represents the 1/3. You see that? That's what the Lord going to save. He said he's not going to utterly destroy the house of Jacob, but he is going to destroy 2/3. That's a lot. 2/3 of our people that's walking around here, they're going to be destroyed with the so-called white man Esau and with these Chinese, Japanese, Africans, Ishmaelites, Arabs, whatever you want to call them. The Lord going to destroy the whole planet. What's that? Second Ezra. We all come of Adam. That's right, man. Of Adam. Yeah, we all come of Adam. But check this out. So the Lord gonna wipe off a bulk of the earth. You want to depopulate? Well, the Lord gonna beat you to it. It's scripture say the slain of the Lord shall be many.
Second Ezra, chapter 6, verse 56. As for the other people which also come of Adam.
Oh no, go on.
Yeah. All right. This is Second Ezra, chapter 6, verse 54. And after these, Adam, whom thou madest Lord of thy creatures, of him come we all.
Right, we all come of Adam really through Noah. All right, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That's where the Lord restarted everything over. So we come through Adam through that process. All right. Other than that, there were many people on the earth that came from the ground. But we come through Adam, specifically the line that the Lord chose to restart everything through Noah. All right, after the flood. Go ahead.
It says, and the people whom thou hast chosen.
So, and the people whom the Lord chose. Who is that? The children of Israel. Deuteronomy 7:6. Go ahead, keep going, brother.
All right, it says, all these have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes.
Right, man. See that? So the Lord made the world for our sakes, but he said the rest are like spittle, right?
It says, as for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
There you go, man. So he likened the abundance of all the people on the earth like a drop that falleth from a vessel, man. All right. So that's why 2/3 are going to perish, and these heathens are going to perish, man. See that? All right. The bulk of the people. The scripture says, the slain of the Lord shall be many. Anybody know what that's at? Slain of the Lord shall be many. Go ahead, brother.
It's the book of 2 Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 20.
Right.
So I considered the world, and behold, there was peril because of the devices that were coming to it. And I saw and spared it greatly, and have kept me a great of the cluster. And the Lord sparing it greatly is him instructing those angels to hold back the four winds, man, of destruction, ultimately until that elect is sealed.
Right, brother. All right.
Select.
No, you good. You got more?
Come on. And a plant of a great people. Let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain, and let my grape be kept, and my plant, for with great labor have I made it perfect. Come on. And that's that remnant, that 1/3, the elect. All right, and the men, women, and children. All right, and 144,000 men. That's gonna be the new government, man. The government to come. All right. That's who he's gonna save. That's that grape of the cluster that he kept unto himself. All right, that he's gonna save from the said perils, the destruction, the missiles. But everything else, let the multitude perish that were born in vain, that weren't born from that line of Adam.
No, great point. That was great.
I got it too.
Right. He said what? The bulk of the world is gonna perish, man. Go ahead, brother.
This is Isaiah.
He like the dude from Back to the Future. Yeah, well, Ric Flair. Like Ric Flair.
That's why I was like,
like Ric Flair, man. Woo!
This is Isaiah, chapter 66. I'm gonna start at verse 15. Want me to get straight to the point?
Yep.
Start at verse 16. For by fire and by his word, by fire and by his sword will Yahweh, by Hashem Yahushai, plead with all flesh. And the slain of the Lord shall be many.
That's so clear, man. The slain of the Lord, Yahweh, by Hashem Yahushai, gonna be many. All right. So let's get this. Where was we at? Let's get the first Maccabee. Get to the point, right? Let's go to chapter 4, verse 36. And y'all gonna see it's gonna really get to the point now.
This first Maccabees, chapter 4, verse 36.
Yep.
Then said Judas and his brethren, behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up to cleanse and dedicate the sanctuary.
That's the word dedicate. See that? That means Chaanakah. It was the rededication of the temple. All right, go ahead, brother.
Upon this, all the hosts assembled themselves together and went up into the Mount Zion. And when they saw the sanctuary desolate and the altar profane and the gates burnt up and shrubs growing in the courts and as in a forest.
Right, that's just like Yahushua showing up and seeing us, you know, in our situation, man. Seeing us with broken down walls, you know.
The roads coming out of the concrete.
Right, that's us, man. Seeing us in shambles down here. That's Revelation 11 and 8. We were spiritually dead, but the Lord woke us up. Go ahead, brother. Spirit of life entered into us.
It's back in verse 38. Or in one of the mountains, yeah, and the priests' chambers pulled down. They rent their clothes and made great lamentation and cast ashes upon their heads.
Right, so seeing this is the spirit we're supposed to be in today, man. You know, like mourning over our kingdom, desiring a new heaven and a new earth. But 2/3 of our people, they regard no time, you know, and they're missing the opportunity that's being presented to them. Go ahead, brother. They sleep. There you go. Perfect word. Sleep.
Verse 40. And fell down flat to the ground upon their faces and blew an alarm with the trumpets and cried toward heaven.
Right, and we're blowing the alarm with the trumpet. Go ahead, sounding the alarm amongst our people. Go ahead, brother.
This is Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 2.
Yep.
It is better to go in the house of mourning than to go in the house of feasting, for that is the end of all men, and the living lay it up to his heart. Sorrow is better than laughter, for by sadness of countenance the heart is made better. So we're in the time of mourning right now because we're mourning for our king.
Hey, that's way better, right? Come on, brother. We got 7. You see, Jacob's a planter, man. That's a plant, Esau. Now we got the 7 we were looking for, man. Yeah, that's way better. We got our candles. Right. We got our menorah. Don't mind if I do it. So let's get where was that? So you read?
Yeah, God.
Go ahead. You done, right? Yep, you done.
This back in 1 Maccabees 4 and 41. Then Judas appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress until he had cleansed the sanctuary.
Right. So now what did the Lord say he's gonna do? He's gonna raise up men that's gonna cleanse the sanctuary. That's gonna cleanse the land, man. All right, go ahead.
So he chose priests of blameless conversation, such as had pleasure in the law.
There you go. So he's gonna choose priests that have blameless actions as well today. He said, what manner of person should you be in all your holy conversation? All right, and he said what? No guile. Somebody get that no guile?
Revelation 14.
Yep.
Let's get it. Revelations chapter 14. I'm gonna start at Shalaki.
Yep.
I'm gonna start at verse 5.
Right, in it 144.
Coming from the top.
Yep. Go ahead. Why not?
It says, this is Revelation chapter 14, verse 1.
Right.
And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000.
Right, just like Judas stood up on the plain with his people out of nowhere. 30 men showed up out of nowhere. You know, Yahushua gonna show up with his men in the heavens. Go ahead, the elect.
Having the Father's name written in their foreheads.
Right, just like Revelation 7, he was sealed with his name. Go ahead. Oh, you can skip it if you want.
Jump. So I'm gonna jump down to verse 5.
Yep, let's get it.
And in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of Yahweh Bashim Yahushua.
Right, man. So these brothers, they're gonna have no guile in their mouth, man. No lies, no deceit. All right, no false doctrine. All right. Go ahead, good brother.
This 1 Maccabees 4 and 43.
That's right, man.
Who cleansed the sanctuary and bare out the defiled stones into an unclean place. And when as they consulted what to do with the altar of burnt offerings, which was profane, they thought it best to pull it down, lest it should be a reproach to them. Because the heathen had defiled it, wherefore they pulled it down.
Right, man.
And laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in a convenient place until there should be, Shalakia, until there should come a prophet to show what should be done with them.
Right, and if like, and that's in comparison to a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod. If we go over to that land got to be cleansed now. You know, we go over there now, and people fleeing from America to go move over there to Jerusalem. It's been contaminated.
So the Ben Yehudi?
Ben Yehudi, yeah.
So he basically hastes above the Lord.
Oh no, not Ben Yehudi. That's the book. But his name was Ben Amin.
Ben Amin,
Yep.
Salaki.
Now
But basically he hasted above the Lord.
Yep.
And he's over there without no type of instruction.
Yeah, he dead. He actually gone. But the people that followed him, yeah.
Half of them deported back and some of them still over there. Now they left in confusion.
They stuck over there to fight in Esau's army. That's part of the deal to be over there. All right, let's get it. So that place is destroyed, man. We need the Lord to cleanse it with the best cleansing agent, which is fire. That's of destruction.
Verse 47. Then they took whole stones according to the law and built a new altar according to the former.
Right. So the Lord built, just like today, the Lord is rebuilding this altar. All right, with new stones, refreshed stones. All right. He said, what? Ye as lively stones. Somebody get that, Babakusha? Yep. So all this is spiritual, man. It's a reflection of one another, like a mirror.
This is 1 Peter chapter 2. I'm gonna start at verse 5.
Right, and that's how it's supposed to be, man. You see how we were doing all that reading and studying, but I feel like we just got out here. You know, you're not confused or nothing. Yeah, get to the points, man. All right, let's get it, brother.
It says, ye also as lively stones are built up a spiritual house and a holy priesthood to offer up spiritual sacrifice acceptable to the Most High by Yahweh Shai HaMashiach.
That's right, man. It's a spiritual altar, man. Offering up spiritual sacrifice now. So the Lord is building a spiritual house, spiritual temple. All right, go ahead, brother.
It's back in 1 Maccabees 4:47. Then they took whole stones according to the law and built a new altar according to the former and made up the sanctuary and the things that were within the temple and hollowed the courts. They made also new holy vessels, and into the temple they brought the candlestick and the altar of burnt offerings.
Right, so they brought the candlestick. Now today, that would represent Yahweh bringing the 7 churches into the kingdom. All right, into the temple. All right, go ahead.
And the altar of burnt offerings and of incense and the table.
Right.
And upon the altar they burned incense and the lamps.
Right. And they did this around 164 BC. It really happened, man. All right. They celebrated Chaanakah. And then during the time of Nehemiah, they did it again. They started keeping it from that point. It became a holy day. They added it in. All right. In commemoration to King Solomon when he dedicated the temple. Look at that. 2 Chronicles 7:1. 2 Chronicles 7:1. 2 Chronicles.
2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 1. Now when Solomon had made an end of praying, the fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering, and the sacrifice of the glory of the Lord Yahweh by Shem Yahushai filled the house. And the priests could not enter into the house of the Lord because the glory of the Lord had filled the Lord's house. And when all the children of Israel saw how the fire came down and the glory of the Lord upon the house, they bowed themselves with their face to the ground upon the pavement and worshiped and praised the Lord, saying, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. It's like for his mercy endureth forever. Keep going.
Can you get 1 Kings 6:1?
It's 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 1.
Right, and this happened around 955 BC. And you can do the calculations. And a little inside note, if you want to find out when the Exodus was, this is the scripture you use.
Verse 1. And it came to pass in the 480 year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month Ziph, which is the 2nd month that he began to build the house of the Lord.
There you go. See that? So that's when Solomon began to build the house of the Lord. We can do the calculations if you go from 955 and you calculate all that, because Solomon started ruling in 971. All right, so you can do your own calculation. But check this out.
Verse 2.
So what did he do? Go ahead. He started building the house to the Lord. Go ahead.
And the house which King Solomon built for the Lord, the length thereof was 80 cubits, and the breadth thereof 20 cubits, and the height thereof 30 cubits. And the porch before the temple of the house, 20 cubits was the length thereof, according to the breadth of the house, and 10 cubits was the breadth thereof before the house.
Right, go to 37.
Verse 37. In the 4th year was the foundation of the house of the Lord laid, in the month Ziph. And in the 11th year, in the month Bul, which is the 8th month, was the house finished throughout all the parts thereof, and according to all the fashion of it, so was the 7 years in building it.
There you go, man. All right. 2 Chronicles 2 and 3, all the way to 4, and that should be the point on that one. 2 Chronicles 2 and 3, all the way to 5.
It's funny, that's right next.
It is, right?
This is the book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 2, verse 3. And Solomon sent to Aram, the king of Tyre, saying, as thou didst deal with David my father.
Right, Haran was one of them Hamites that was at peace, and he would give King David and Solomon a bunch of cedar trees, all right, to lay out in the forest, to build a forest with. All right, go ahead.
And didst send him cedar to build him an house to dwell therein. Right. Even so deal with me. Behold, I build an house to the name of the Lord my power, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, to dedicate it to him.
To what?
To dedicate it to him.
Right, so that's what they were commemorating. The Maccabees, they wanted to do just like Solomon, to rededicate the temple. All right, go ahead. That word dedicate is Chaanakah.
And to burn before him sweet incense, and for the continuously shew bread, and for the burnt offerings morning and evening, on the Sabbath, and on the new moons, and on the Solomon feast of the Lord our power. This is an ordinance forever to Israel.
Oh, see that? Now keep going. Verse 5.
In the house which I build is great, for great is our power above all powers.
Right, man. One more. Yep.
All right. But who is able to build him an house, seeing the heaven and heavens of heavens cannot contain him?
There you go, man. So who's able to do that? Yahushua is, man. The carpenter, spiritual carpenter. He's able to build Yahweh a house. And at the end, the scriptures say he's going to offer up the house to Yahweh. All right? Because he's Solomon, man.
Hey, the Lord didn't even allow King David to build a house for him.
That's right.
You know? So all these churches and places, so-called places of worship that you got here today, that scripture right there cut all that. And so that's abominable. Those are harlot houses.
That's right, man. Right. The Lord said he dwells not in temples made with hands. We represent the temple. So them fake Jews talking about they building the temple, they ain't doing it but lying. No, you cool. Don't worry about that. Let's keep rocking, y'all. Where we at?
We are in
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 50.
Yep.
And upon the altar they burned incense And the lamps that were upon the candlestick, they lighted.
Right, that's Numbers 8. We're talking about the 7 candlesticks, which the brother just lit. Go ahead.
That they might give light in the temple.
Right, so we represent giving light in the temple. What's that candlestick on the bushel?
St. Matthew chapter 5.
Yep, somebody get it? Hiding the candle in the bushel. Gotcha. So that's what we set up to do. And the Lord is our light. You know, that's the light that lighteth all men that come into the world, into the truth. So that's our light. And we shine that light on our people, this word. Go ahead, brother.
It's the book of Matthew, chapter 5, starting at verse 14. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, for on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
Right, so that's what this is about, man. Us getting glory for the Lord. All right, us out here getting glory for the Lord's name, man. Period. All right, go ahead, brother. Let's finish
It's
this
back in
up.
1 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 51.
Yep.
Furthermore, they set the loaves upon the table and spread out the veils and finished all the works which they had begun to make. Now on the 25th day of the 9th month.
Right, the 9th month represents the transition from November to December. But Esau got December as the 12th month. When the word decimal means 10.
10.
Damn. Go ahead.
Which is called the month Caslu.
Right, and the word Nova for November, that goes back to 9. All right. And the month Caslu, that represents the 9th month. That's a Persian terminology, Caslu.
In the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the morning.
Right, so the 148th year. Somebody get that? 312, subtract 148. Yep, 312 from the time of the Diadoshi, subtract 148. Oh, what? 164? So that was 164 BC. That's when the temple was rededicated. All right, that's how you find out when the temple was rededicated. All right. Go ahead, brother.
Verse 53. And offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offering.
Right, Leviticus 1 and 1 all the way to 2. Because that was part of our laws that we were supposed to do that. All right. As you actually, we just read that too with Solomon. He said we were supposed to do that forever. So now, how can we do that if we don't have a temple? We offer up our
spiritual sacrifice.
Spiritual sacrifice,
which
man.
is our body coming out doing the work.
That's right, in His word, you know, acceptable to the Most High. It's acceptable to Him.
Leviticus 1 and 1.
Yeah, all the way to 2.
You got it.
It's Leviticus chapter 1, verse 1. And the Lord called unto Moses and spake unto him.
You can't get that stuff to Jake. That stuff for Moab. That ain't for us. Jake gonna burn the whole damn city. That shit gonna fall right on that lady and walking.
And the Lord said unto Moses, and spake unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, if any man of you bring an offering unto the Lord, he shall bring your offering of the cattle, even the herd, and of the flock.
Right, man. So we're supposed to bring our offerings, right? That's part of the law. Now go back, brother. So we just read that in the law where we're supposed to offer up our sacrifices on the altar. Okay, go ahead.
In this first Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 53, and offer sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings which they had made.
Right.
Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it.
Right.
Even in that was it dedicated with songs and citherns and harps and
cymbals.
And cymbals.
That's right. So a couple years, like 4 years prior, right? I think like 3 or 4 years prior, that's when Antiochus came in and desecrated the temple on the same day, like we read on the month in the month Caslu. All right. In the month Caslu, they desecrated the temple, but then a few years later, on that same day and same month, the Lord gave us the temple back. That's a miracle. All right. He gave it back to us on the same day and same month, man. Just years later. Most High made that happen. All right, in November, December. He gave us a holy day to separate us from this damn Thanksgiving and wicked Christmas holiday. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Verse 55. Then all the people fell upon their faces, worshiping and praising the power of heaven, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, who had given them good success. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days.
That's right, man. 8 days, man. All right, and that's why you have the menorah. Okay, you're supposed to light it for 8 days because what we had oil that lasted for 8 days. That was a miracle. All right, go ahead, brother.
Verse 56. And so they kept the dedication.
My bad, and that represents the oil burning. In our candles. The oil burning in our candles continually. In Psalms 23, it says our cup runneth over. And that oil is going to burn all the way into the kingdom. All right, as a miracle. Keep your light lit. All right, go ahead, brother.
Even how you light the menorah with that center candle. All right, and that's how we move, and each one teach one spirit, man.
That's right, brother.
You know,
that's
as
right.
we receive this truth, ultimately from Yahweh Shai, all right, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, down to Abba Bivens, to the apostles and elders, man.
Right. And yep, Yahweh Shai, man, he's that first candle, the light of all men. You know?
So this back in First Maccabees 4 and 56.
Right.
And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days and offered burnt offerings with gladness and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold and with shields, and the gates and the chambers they renewed.
Right, the Lord gonna deck us with crowns of gold. You know, that's in the book of 2nd Ezra. All right, on all 4 sides, man. The entryways, 12,000. All right, so the 12 gates for the children of Israel. Go ahead, brother.
And the gates and the chambers they renewed and hang doors upon them. Thus was there very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away.
There you go. So that's what this represents, man. So these days of the Chaanakah, you're supposed to be in gladness, man. All right, let your heart be merry on these days. All right, and think about how the Lord delivered us, and how the Lord going to deliver us out of this captivity, and give us the kingdom, man, and rededicate. How Yahweh Shai is going to rededicate the temple, being us, rededicate us to Yahweh, man. So be in happiness. Of course, it's going to be bittersweet. Somebody get that Ezekiel 3 and 3. All right, of course that's going to happen. You know,
Ezekiel 3 and 3. And he said unto me, Son of man, cause thy belly to eat, and fill the bowls with the rolls that I give thee. Then did I eat, and it was in my mouth as honey for sweetness.
Right, so that's like when you come into this truth, like hearing about Chaanakah, man, you'll be like, yo, you know what? That's what's up, man. I'm hyped. You know, if you heard that first, but then what? Keep going, brother.
And I said unto him,
so this word becomes sweet at first. You find out you're an Israelite, you try to go around telling everybody, but then all your family turn against you, you start losing your jobs and stuff, you lose your woman or whatever. Go ahead.
And he said unto me, Son of man, go thee unto the house of Israel and speak with my words unto them. For thou art not sent to people of a strange speech and of a hard language, but to the house of Israel.
Right, man. All right, that's it on that point.
Basically, it's going into Ezekiel, eating the roll and how it was sweet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sweet for sweetness, but when he digested, it was bitter in his belly.
Right.
That's ultimately what you being subject to when you get a hold of this truth, man. It be sweet when you know you're an Israelite, but when you go into surely oppression maketh the wise man mad, you know, and much wisdom increases much sorrows, man. Roughly paraphrasing. So when you get the wisdom and knowledge and understanding of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, you get to look at what's before you and you get to see and lament at what's before you, man. You know, and just like in the book of Malachi, in chapter 1 and verse 2, how it says, where thou hast loved us. That's what our people say when it comes to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, like where thou love us. Look at the conditions that we in, without understanding that they in that position for a chastisement, ultimately for they acknowledge their offense and to repent.
Right, brother.
You know?
That's right.
So, hey, that's that bitter sweetness of the truth.
Yep. What's that, Revelation 10 and 9? Yep, that's right, brother. Revelation 10 and 9.
Revelation chapter 10, verse 9. And I went unto the angel and said unto him, give me the little book. And he said unto me, take it and eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter.
Right, so when you hear about the hand that was sent to Ezekiel, that hand was an angel. All right, and he said it's going to make your belly bitter. It's going to taste sweet, but it's going to be bitter. Go ahead.
Gone.
Okay.
10 and 10. It shall make thy belly bitter, but it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey.
Right, man. Yep, go ahead. Just like the brother read a minute ago in Ezekiel 3 and 3.
Verse 10, and I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up, and it was in my mouth sweet as honey, and as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 11, and he said unto me, thou must prophesy again before my peoples and nations and tongues and kings.
Right, so this is what he told John the Revelator. He said, yo, you're going to be back here on this earth prophesying again. You got to continue to work. It ain't over yet. And that was bitter. He like, oh, man, I thought the kingdom was now. You know, that's why it gets bitter, because we celebrating Chaanakah. You're going to be happy, but it's going to be like bittersweet. And that's to be expected. You know what I mean? So when we say be happy, we ain't saying go out of your wits. You know what I mean? And then Esau show up with some dumb shit and you get caught off guard. All right, so where we at? Let's finish this off, brother. Yeah, Maccabees.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 4, and verse 56. Well, verse 57.
Yep.
They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold and with shields, and the gates and the chambers they renewed and hanged doors upon them. Thus was there very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away. Woo. Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from the year to year by the space of 8 days.
Right, so that's what we're going to do. And what you can do is, you know, you have a good time with your family. We were going to keep it together, but the Lord made it happen. You know, it's a nice background too, man. But you know, you feast. You don't have to just cook lamb. You can cook anything on that day. You know what I mean? You know, whatever your favorite meal is. And you can have salad, all of that. And then what you'll do is you'll play spiritual music for those days. Stay in the spirit. Try not to be negative. Think about negative stuff all the time. And stay studying. Keep your fire lit. Meaning, so you can give light to the house. And that's going to carry you after them 8 days, man. All right? And you can say certain prayers with this camp. I'm gonna send y'all the prayers in the chat probably. You know, you got the prayer of the Maccabees, the Maccabean prayer. Then you got Psalms 121. You know what I'm saying? Like all these different prayers you might say on the Passover. All right, and that's really it, man. And every day that goes by, you can light your candles after you tell the stories to your children or something like that. Maybe light them for like an hour or something and say a prayer. And then after that, they go out. The next day, you light 7. Then the next day, you light 6. Then the next day, you light 5. You know what I mean? And you continue to do that for 8 days. All right? And that's the best you can do, man, in this society. You know what I mean? And you can give gifts to each other and stuff like that if you want. But they really do that in the month of celebration of Purim. But that was it on that. All right, let's get 2 Corinthians. Let's get 1 Corinthians 15 to 24, and that's it. And let's prove that again that Yahweh is Solomon. He's gonna offer up and dedicate to Yahweh the temple that he's building right now. He's building us. 15 to 24. We're gonna end it with that.
This is 1 Corinthians chapter 15. You said verse 24, right?
Yeah, let me double check.
Then cometh the end when we have delivered up the kingdom.
Oh, verse 22.
Verse 22. All right, it's verse 22. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ, Yahweh shall all be made alive.
Right, okay, and just like in Solomon, we're going to be built up the same way Yahweh is building us up. See that? So Yahweh is Solomon and Adam. Go ahead, brother.
But every man in his own order.
So every man in his own order. Yahweh first, the first candle in the middle, and he light all the other candles. All right, go ahead.
Mashiach, the first fruit. Afterwards, they are Yahweh at his coming.
Go ahead, come on.
Then cometh the end when he shall have delivered up the kingdom to God, even the Father, when he shall have put down all rule and all authority and power.
So Yahweh is going to deliver up the kingdom to Yahweh, man. All right, and that's why you had the scripture say he saw the holy kingdom, New Jerusalem, coming down from Yahweh out of heaven, because Yahweh is going to take us up to the heavens, man. All right, and deliver the kingdom up into Yahweh, man, just like Solomon was planning on doing. The rededication of the temple. All right, any more precepts?
Precept.
That's good.
This is Judges 5 and 11. They that are delivered from the noise of archers in the place of drawing water, there shall they rehearse the righteous acts of the Lord, even the righteous acts towards the inhabitants of his villages in Israel. Then shall the people of the Lord go down to the gates.
Right, man. So that's the times we in, man. We in the time of rehearsing the righteous acts, the best we can do. You know what I mean? So stay in the spirit and be in a joyful spirit, man, because we about to get the kingdom. That's something to joy about. You know what I mean? Let that fuel you as you go through this affliction that's coming. You know what I mean? So with that, you know, we hope you're edified also. You know what I mean? And we're going to say, call, Alayim, La, Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Hashem, Ha, Rakah, Kodash, Mama. All right, double honor to the elder apostles of GMS and the elders, and Shalom to you, Akwatim, and children, and Akim, that believe in sincerity and truth around the four corners of the earth, man. And stay in the spirit. With that, we'll say, Shalom.
Shalom.